Ladies and gents, welcome back to week number 3 of the EGL Open Series, split number 2. My name is Tony, and this week we are swapping through back out again. We're bringing to it. It's like tag team in the WWE, like way back, isn't it? You're just coming in, just my duo ship just evolves every single week. But one thing that has continued is the numbers. Fantastic to see 33 teams this week. Toby, excited to get into the action as well.
Absolutely, yeah. I've been keeping a close eye on the teams week in, week out to see who's changing up, who's coming, who's going out. We've lost some teams this week, actually. Some particular teams, not much so in total count, but some notable teams, which I'm sure we'll get into very soon. But we've also gained a lot as well.
Yeah, we really have gained a lot. We've got a very interesting matchup coming up shortly. We'll tell you about that in a second. But if you haven't watched the Open Series before, let me break it down for you of how it works. Each week we have a tournament. Every single week for 10 weeks. We're into week number 3, $500 on the line in this one. And that will accumulate with a split finals over towards the end of the season where $2,500 is on the line, and each week you are competing for that EGL RP as well, which will give you a better seeding heading into those finals, which is important, Toby. We've seen before teams who, you would expect to go on, maybe even reach the semi-finals in the weekly tournaments have struggled because, they've just come back. We've seen it last week. They come back, we expected them to do a little bit more, but then they come up with a very good team to kick things off. It makes things a little bit more difficult, so you want to make sure you get a good seeding as possible, and of course that $500 on the line every single week is very nice as well. And it's about staying active. I think it's nice for the teams to have something to look forward to every single week, and it's been a success so far, Toby.
I think so. I've always been a big fan of the weekly tournament system, and with the seeding involved, plus the prize pool. Lots to play for. Seeding is really coming into it. I think we were just talking about that off air for a moment. Seeding is really important at this stage, even just 3 weeks in. It really is important that teams keep practicing and keep up their performances in these weekly tournaments.
Absolutely, but we do actually have our first game ready, Toby, and it's a good one to kick things off. This is something that you would expect maybe in the grand finals of a major, maybe around a year ago, but my goodness. Let's have a look at the bracket and we will guide you through how it's going down on the other side of things as well. But this first game, Toby, that we're going to have a look at in a second, we'll just go through the results firstly. We've got HPJC, who is Hydrones, Phelpsy, Crimsons, and Jackfex. Essentially Old Elevate.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, going up against Black Hawk Down, who is pretty much essentially Old Rated R. So this should realistically be a sensational game. However, I'm curious to see how up to speed HPJC are, because that's going to be the question. But here's the bracket on the other side of things. Elegance going up against Chomp Chomp once again. They're the team that knocked Elegance out last week in the round of 16. Maradona looking to try and get a third grand final successively over the last 2 weeks. They've made pretty easy work until they got to that point, of course. BYE and Tony's Emotions going up against each other in that other quarterfinal on the left-hand side of the bracket. We're shaping up for some good gears tonight, Toby.
We most certainly are, and what a way to start off the broadcast, right? Black Hawk Down versus HPJC quarterfinal. Ridiculous, absurd that this is coming into fruition, and this is so quick as well that we've seen Phelpsy return. Yes, him and his squad of the ODC champs didn't have the greatest of weeks last week, didn't get to the quarterfinals themselves, but now he's come back, taken Crimsons for his own, and had Hydra and Jackfex return, and now this is the HPJC roster. Elevate full team. Literally, it is a full team, 4 original members of that all-star team. And as you mentioned, right, we've got the winners from last week who played amazingly. Black Hawk Down, which is basically rated R-1, right? You've got Cougars in there. Instead, he takes the 4th spot. But boy, oh boy, they look wicked last time. Ridiculously strong. And I'm really wondering if HPJC have played enough of the new escalation, the new tuning, the gears in general, because of course they've been very busy with COD. I wonder if they played enough to come head-to-head with Black Hawk Down now.
That's going to be the question, isn't it? Because we know that these two teams, very, very similar rosters to what we've seen them have a very good battle towards, obviously, the end of the Pro League and throughout the Pro League, for that matter. So it is going to be a case of figuring out if these guys have get themselves back up to speed. Of course, we know that they had a little flurry with COD. Of course, I think it's one of those things where you can't just jump straight in. It is quite difficult. Although you never know with COD these days. But at the same time, they've chosen to come back over. This weekly tournament has maybe just brought them back to the fold, and maybe looking at the rules, looking at the maps, etc. It's something that's enticed them back. And I'm going to look. I'm not going to judge them at all off this performance if they do go on to lose. Which, if I'm honest, I do probably expect them to. Black Hawk Down looked sensational last week, but if you remember week number 1, Black Hawk Down, it was pretty much the same roster. What did they get? The semi-finals? Did they get the quarterfinals? They hadn't quite made it that far. Now we're seeing this the quarterfinals here for the former Elevate boys. What can they get done in the weeks that are coming up? That's sort of the question I'm going to be asking. If they're going to lose this game here, I'm not going to question it too much, but it's when it goes to week 4, 5, 6, 7. That's where you want to start seeing them maybe pick up a bit of a momentum.
I think so. Listen, it's Elevate full team, literally. So they've already got the teamwork, they've got the cohesion, they've got the chemistry, the practice. It really is just getting back to original form. I think individual form, if anything. The guys know how to communicate. They know how to work as a team. The map pool, slightly different. Foundation coming into the cycle, of course. They just played Reactor against 1A, surprisingly. I watched them on stream. They were shocked that actually got through the cycle. Teams typically ban this map, but then somehow it gets through. Hey, if I'm underdog, I will try and get Reactor through if I have to play against HPJC. Yeah. I'm not surprised that actually came up. But yeah, it's just a matter of time, I think. I do have a concern though in terms of how much they've actually been playing. I know they were going really hard on COD to try and see success in there. They were talking about the seeding, how pro points work, and how they thought in the end that coming back to Gears was the best decision for them long term. Now they're back to Gears, evidently. I'm assuming they're going all in, and I think long term they'll be okay. But today, I even heard one player wondering why the home hill was capped off the start when they were playing their first match of the day. So that's how new some of these are back to the game and the new escalation. So let's see.
Yeah, let's see. And we are going to get to see in just a second. We're going to be loading into map number 1. It is going to be Asylum. And my God, I mean, how many times did we run this one back, 6-7 months ago, where we were seeing these two teams going up against each other time and time again. The game is relatively different now. The times have changed, so to speak. It was Rated R who did come out on top, but now let's see the new iterations of these two teams. How is it going to go down? And I'm sure this is a matchup we're going to see plenty of if both two teams do stick at what they're doing, are putting the practice in. We're going to see this a lot, I do believe. I think this is probably going to be a grand final somewhere down the line. It really wouldn't surprise me. I'm super interested again in this game, and I just want to see how HPBC are going to look themselves. I expect Black Hawk Down to look as good as they did last week, Toby, which was nothing short of sensational. Let's see, can they get it done here on Asylum? It's going to be a first tough game for them, it has to be said. These guys aren't... Yeah, so, right, we're saying, the practice isn't necessarily there, potentially, and we know that they maybe haven't had much time on the new tuning, but you don't just lose it, do you?
You don't lose it, no, but there has been so many changes, you wonder whether the difference between them and Black Hawk Down, just, this practice that BHD have had now, might be enough to have a comfortable lead, if you will. Of course, HPJC will be competent, but whether they'll be good enough to beat BHD is yet to be seen. I'm really looking forward to see how this pans out. BHD, though, looking strong already.
Yep, good opening break from them. They're going to get a hold of B, and it's a push over towards C. Very aggressive. Look at this. The kills coming on through. Dragons at the heart of it once again. Hydron might get there, not quite. It's a good start for Black Hawk Down 1-0.
It very much is. They're just throwing themselves across the train tracks, right? Being super aggressive. We saw from Jack Fax's point of view on left hand on the fence, he didn't have much success there. I'm not sure if they even picked up a kill in the end. HPJC, maybe one at most. But no, this is a really good start for Black Hawk Down. You do need to start off aggressive. HPJC, right, they were admitting that they're not feeling as comfortable as perhaps they're accustomed to. And now they're against essentially what is Rated R after falling short in the major and the league last time they played. They won't be too happy. But here we go. Drop shot down on track immediately from the get-go to try and stamp their mark on this game.
Oh, they want to put it down, don't they? That's the thing. I think, for the Black Hawk Down squad, there'll still be definitely a fire burning against this, former Elevate squad. They'll definitely want to get one better over them every single time they can. Push coming on through here now as well. Dragon's putting plenty of damage down. Is it going to be enough to stop anything coming through for the other team? Jack's going to go down, and I wonder if we're going to see a return to form for Jack Fex. how good he was on his day when Pro League was about. Right now, though, his team are struggling to stay alive in the middle of the map. Strikers, Dragons getting things ding, and ultimately meaning they get a hold of that drop shot. He is in their sights once again. It's another nice break.
Yep, that it is. Phelpsy's coming off spawn. Crimson's going for the overextension, but Cougars picking up Hydra to the right. Crimson's on his own now, not in a great location. Although his back A is going to help him down, find Cougars. Can he hold out long enough for his teammates to help? I don't think so. Marsh will come in using the drop shot actually to clean him up to make sure. No funny business there. With a little bit of a score lead now for Black Hawk Down and one drop shot remaining for Marsh, they look like they could be very much taking control of this round soon.
It's looking good for them, isn't it? Strikers is going to go down, though. Can Marsh continue for his team to try and get things going? That's very nice on Hydron. B was in his sights, but he will go down and should get cleaned up here as well. Crimson's going to come on through. Is there going to be anybody there to help him out, though? Cougars and Colt trying to push on through. B momentarily looking like it's going to go back over towards Black Hawk Down. They have a lead, and that's just going to cement it. Dragons is going to go down the train, albeit probably would have died anyway. 58-second win condition for Black Hawk Down here on round number 2. Looking very, very solid from them. C and B in their possession here, Toby. It's looking good. It just seems as if HPJC just a little behind the curve here. It doesn't seem as if, you know, the shots are necessarily there at times and the kills aren't falling their way. Maybe just a little bit cold heading into this game, but at this moment in time, not looking fantastic for them.
I think so. I think you're right with it, with that analysis. I mean, right now the game almost feels like a 5v5 escalation match in how volatile and how quick everything is happening. I think just a little bit of slowdown now with the 20 seconds to go. I think HPJC really want that to occur. They want to keep Black Hawk Down on the backs of their heels, backs against the walls to try and stop their structure from setting in. Oh, look at this. B hill broken, A hill broken. Kills are starting to pick up. Can HPJC steal this round somehow? 5 seconds.
Let's see. They've got time here as well, Toby. Dragon's got to do some defensive work. He's going to be able to find one. What about the second? Not quite there. Hydron. Oh, he doesn't break it in time, and Black Hawk Down will get it done. That was one tick away from going back over towards HPJC, and domination would have been on the cards. A close round, though. Much better than the first from the point of HPJC, at least anyway. 2-0 Black Hawk Down nonetheless.
They pretty much matched them slaying-wise in that previous round. It did. HPJC was a lot better for them and obviously very close in the end to getting a potential triple cap. Weapon placement-wise, of course, the drop shot's still there. Both teams will work to bolster up their weapons on that side of the map to help out with that all-important fight at the start. But, yeah, heavy times for HPJC. They need to make every single round count now. Will the aggression come through? Yes, it will.
Dragons and Colt, which way are they going to come out on this one? Hydron's going to go down, but it's a big fight once again, and this drop shot was influential in that previous round, so winning this fight could be good for your team. Phelpsy, though, staying alive as best he can. It's allowed the rest of the troops to come on through. Strikers are going to take him with him, but this time round it's going to be HPJC. They're going to get a hold of drop and ultimately a hold of B as well. It's now their round to lose, if you like. Train about to come on through as well, but Dragon's also dropping. Seems as if HPJC definitely warming up into this one, Toby. Wasn't necessarily the best start with that first round, but definitely easing in.
That they are. Hydra and Secret Manning. This is beautiful. Does down one. Are they going to follow up, though? HPJC, drop shot thrown in, not going to connect. And now Cougars is trying to fight back. Oh, he's caught out. Phelpsy there. And that's the overextension coming on through. Jack Fex has his teammate to his right, picking up one hill. They just need to take down that player on the home hill, that Cougars player. Hanging over there. And they're going to just turn and elect to make it play a bit safer here and get back to cover.
Cougars has done well there. Yeah, he's going to manage to decap B as well. It's a big play from Cougars. That's the backhand down as well. Shot's going to go in towards Hydra, and he's done a really good job for his team. Considering HPJC were pretty much in the ascendancy there, it would have looked good for them had they managed to keep a hold of their home hill, but Cougars managed to break round, gets a hold of that. Pushes to B, gets a hold of that as well. A real dagger, and it's a COG team win condition.
Phelpsy and Jack Fax aggressive in the home hell. You love to see it. You really do. They've been out for so long. They're still willing to push anything they can. But that push does get stopped there. B-Hill changing hands potentially. Black Hawk down. Not with a score lead, but could turn into that shortly, especially if a drop shot spawns up.
It will be coming up soon as well.
Oh, there it is.
Black Hawk down though. Win condition does belong to them, and it's not going to be that much of a change needed for HPJC, but there you go. Cougars now getting a hold of that drop shot. Marsh going to push through to get towards C as well. That's just going to make it so much harder for HPJC. They are obviously going to deny that domination, but they're going to have to get a hold of that now and make a push over towards B. Marsh is going to go down, of course, back over towards C side now. Strikers and Co just trying to hold in the middle. Cougars is going to find one. Strikers with the other. That should be Black Hawk down, walking away with this round. They did actually manage to lose B there. And this is now a Swarm win condition. As B's remaining uncapped, they make a push over towards C. They've got to send somebody over towards B, surely, just to capture that. It's not going to matter anymore. It's now an HPJC win condition. If they even do have two, they need to get in Mosh, trying to make the break, and that has to be down to a misplay from Black Hawk down. HPJC will get their first round on the board. B got decapped and they left it.
My goodness. Big, big round that. Could have been 3-0 with how close it was.
Should be,
coming
really.
down to the close moments, and yeah, you could argue it perhaps should have been. There you go. 2 close rounds back to back. Could have been anyone's. Already here on Asylum.
I think, maybe if you are Black Hawk down in that scenario, you think, that decap was enough for HPJC and you would have had to go for C, irrelevant if B was there or not, but I would have to see when you could go back to it. Surely it still would have been maybe beneficial to get a hold of B to make it just that little bit easier, but I don't know. Maybe in the moment, it's a hard one to work out. They're not capturing B, so it's not really influencing in that sense, at least. But either way, 2-1 now.
Retros for both teams.
Yep. Oh, fire coming in here as well, and most of the kills going over towards Black Hawk down. HPJC going to have to back on down. Phelpsy all alone. He's going to go down as well, and drop shot over towards Black Hawk down. They get everything they came for. That's a push over towards A.
This is what you expect from the Rated R team, if you will, of old. Stupidly aggressive from the get-go, and I mean that in a good way. It's so confusing at times to be thrown at so heavily by such aggressive, fast players. And it can leave you with nothing but an intermission to the next round. 46 seconds it took them that to break down the enemy team on the train tracks, overextending onto the home hill immediately from all sides. That was incredibly well played, that, from Black Hawk down.
Yeah, it was a clean one. I think, when that drop shot's over towards tracks, it's such an easier push with it, isn't it, towards that A side, but we are obviously going to see things change up now. It's going to be an interesting dynamic, because usually we have, that big drop shot put in over towards a bridge or entrance, if you like. Now down towards the tracks, it does make things maybe a little bit more interesting in terms of the dynamic of how that's going to work, because obviously you've seen everyone in their granny going over towards E usually, because that's where the drop shot would usually go, but at this moment in time, teams are still going to be fighting over that side of things. Is it going to make this fight over towards E a little bit more interesting? I'm not sure, but 3 men from HPJC are over here to try and get a hold of this drop shot. Big fight going over towards the other side of things. It's going to be Crimson's dealing with Dragons, who was flanking. Now Cougars has to back on down, and Crimson's now has help from Hydron, who's going to make the push on round, and Cougars should be going down here, but at least B, or E I should say, goes over towards HPJC. I don't think anyone got a hold of that drop shot either, Toby. So that's still in play.
Yeah, I was wondering that myself. Still fighting down
still
that.
there.
Oh, Crimson's takes down one. Again, Phelpsy is grasped upon. Right in front of that, the quick bit comes through. Crimson's and Co try to angle Marsh out. Not going to come on down. Crimson's still keeping up the fight, though. He's going to get down in the process by his teammate. Was lit up full red by Martian strikers. Jack Vex, yep, he will fall on Tombstone. And now, with 3 members down and 1 drop shot for Marsh to utilize, could this be a triple cap?
It's looking that way. It's going to be a hard one to break. Not quite there. Doesn't have the legs. That's 4-1 Black Hawk down. It's been like close moments for HPJC there. If they can get a clean break and get a hold of the drop, then maybe you're looking at something a little bit more interesting. But it's been a little bit of a struggle for Black Hawk down in these big engagements. But when they do win them, they have more than enough potential to go on to win these rounds.
Yeah, it really is just Black Hawk down getting the better of them on the crucial fights so far in this game and capitalizing on their opportunities. Oh, no surprise here. Weapon placement wise. But it's 4-1 now, right, Chris? You could argue it could have been 3-2 or a little bit closer, but no, Black Hawk down can win one more. HPJC, 4 rounds in a row for this first map in the best 3 series, and you really do have to feel for them. HPJC do have such a tough game.
Yeah, as we said at the beginning, though, it's one of those things that as time goes on, they're going to get better. They're 100% going to get better. We know the talent is there. But it's a case of, the tuning is significantly different. The game is played different. It's 4v4 now as well. It's something you have to take into consideration. Ooh. That's a bull talk. I was wondering if Phelps went down. My goodness.
It's like a snipe, that. Bull talk from there. Oof. Amazing stuff. Cougars as well. Getting the down on Hydro from up top again, I believe. He was on fence, was Hydro. Here comes Cougars around the back with that weapon. A headshot again from him. He is on fire right now. And with 2 hills captured, they only need 1 more to wrap it up with the triple, but I don't think they're going to go for it. Instead, Cougars will elect to return back to the safety of up top. Although, I say that. Marsh still has drop shot. Dragons is still lurking. Don't think... No, they won't go for it now. Surely not. 4 players are up for HPJC.
Yeah, it wouldn't make much sense, would it? Certainly be wiser to back on down towards ESO. HPJC still with a chance in this round, but 50-second win condition on a 2 cap here for Black Hawk down. And that's a win condition of the map. Striker's trying to get a bit fancy. Not going to happen, and Cougars is going to go down as well. Shots by Crimsons to try and help his teammates out as the overextension comes in towards D. Very well played by Black Hawk down. Stop the bleeding ever so slightly. Look at that points difference, though. It's pretty significant already, Toby.
Yeah, it is. I mean, HPJC, they're definitely capable of getting a triple cap. But to be this far down in score, Black Hawk down, if I was them, I'd much prefer to play a bit safer now with 30 seconds to go, potentially, if they can hold on to 2.
Yep, Black Hawk down are quite happy in this position. HPJC are going to have to rotate right back around towards D. And those 15 seconds or so are just not enough. HPJC now. Push can't be there. I think they kind of know it as well. Needs to be attacking all fronts, and they need to do it quickly. 5 seconds to go. Just becomes the impossible task. Crimsons goes down. Let's do HPJC and map number 1. 5-1 to Black Hawk down. Very, very solid outing there. Dominating win.
Absolutely. And it reminds me a little bit of their victory over Maradona last week. It was similar storyline there, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that HPJC are bad or anything like that. It just means, it goes to show how good Black Hawk down are playing. And this is what we're speaking to, right? The improvement that we'll need to see from HPJC over time will really be the deciding factor if anyone can actually catch up with Black Hawk down. I do truly believe that this team is the best in Europe as it stands right now, especially considering how well they played in last week's tournament and their success previously radar in general. All right, of course they're -1 from that team, but that team speaks volumes in terms of the history they have. But yeah, I mean, that was map 1. We won't wrap it up just like that and count HPJC out. Maybe just after the first map of Asylum, they can start getting to their groove a little bit more, and on as we go on to the next map, perhaps feel themselves a little bit better here. It's early days, yeah, and maybe we'll see drastic improvement very early on for HPJC, maybe within this game itself.
Yeah, it's one of those things, though. You even saying yourself, one of them was like, "Oh, home hill caps itself now. That's how little practice they have had on this game already. So, the fact that they've already made the quarterfinals is an improvement of how they did last week. Of course, they have an improvement in the roster. Crimson's is now in there, apart from when he was on Morningstar Gaming, of course. So that's maybe something to keep an eye on as well. Crimson's, has he brought in the experience from this patch that is maybe being needed at this moment in time? Maybe they need a little bit more. Black Hawk Down looking very, very good here. Just another solid slaying performance, wasn't it? It's hard to really say otherwise when it comes to Black Hawk Down. They just look kind of a level above at this moment in time, and it's a hard pill to swallow, especially for HPJC. I think, you look at that roster, you look at the history between the two teams, the roster, the members on these teams, I should say, and it's probably going to sting, in fairness, but I think they'll know in themselves that as the weeks do go on, things should get better.
I think so. They'll know that they're perhaps not as they once were for the time being, and they're just not in form, But the thing is, it's not like this tuning and this new game mode of Escalation 2.0, or however you describe it at this point in time. The Excavator, it's not that they're not capable of that. It really is just a form question, I think. It's not like they're going to have a bad time necessarily on the tuning. If anything, right, in theory, if I was to theorycraft Rated R and Elevate back in the day, who would adapt better to a slower tuning? It would be Elevate, right? It would be HPJC. And we even have M. Craze to go off, right? He's not in this roster anymore, but he has been one of these players who said to really be good on this new tuning, right? And really favor his play style and allow him to be a bit smarter and account for very fast pinball-like wall bouncing as it comes at him. I think this is the same storyline for all of these players in front of us, right? They know how to hold shots. They've been they played amazingly back in Gears 4, the top team in Europe from back then, of course, where holding shots and comp tuning was much more of the thing too. I think long-term HPJC will be just fine. It's a question of whether they'll be fine in this game in front of us today.
Yeah, I think they will. And I mean, as mentioned before, when Black Hawk Down in the very first week, I do believe they only made it quarters or semis together. So you have to take that into consideration, that they now look like the best team in Europe after a couple of weeks of practice. So I think, could the same happen for HPJC? Absolutely. I don't think they should be disappointed with how this is going. If they literally just loaded the game up today, then it's a case of, looking at where you finished, looking at what everybody else is doing and going from there. But, I'm ready to get into map number 2. Hopefully we'll be getting into this one shortly. But Black Hawk Down still look very good, don't they? It's just, it's hard to say otherwise, really, at this point. They just look so solid.
It really is so, right? You can't bet against them, I think, at this point in time. I believe we confirmed, right? Maradona is the first seed still, right? They have the first seed coming into this week, but
2 grand finals in a row.
Exactly, makes total sense. But Black Hawk Down, boy, I think they're really gunning for that first spot. They've got second seed. I just checked. No surprise there. Honestly, Elegance, they're in a quarterfinal match right now against Chomp Chomp. I'm curious to see how they're doing. We'll get score updates as fast as we can. I think it's 1-1 for this map, actually. I'm just reading in a player's Twitch chat, Breaker's Twitch chat. We'll get confirmation on the map count. But what I will say is that could be a very interesting game. But Elegance, they were top team in Europe for the last split. I think the amount of quality teams that have returned now has really, really shaken that up at the top. And I'm not sure if we'll see Elegance again at number 1 for quite a while now, because there's just so much competition, amazing competition around them.
Yeah, I think that's it. For Elegance, it was great to see them go on, obviously, and win last time round, obviously in the major that we had, or the finals, I should say. But now it feels like that they haven't kept up with the level of competition that's maybe, started to rise a little bit, as you have said. So, but we are ready to get into this one. I do believe we're actually going to be watching Forge, so interesting to see how this one does go down. But we are ready to now get into this game. I don't know for Black Hawk, for HPJC here, though. This is going to be so tough, surely. So tough.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's not like they're playing a new map either. It was Asylum on map number 1, Forge, map number 2. They know how to play this map. 5v5, 4v4 is a different story perhaps, but they have plenty of experience on both. I really think this could be another comfortable map for Black Hawk Down, to be honest with you.
Let's see how it goes then. Phelpsy catching out Dragons, and you could just only imagine what Phelpsy is saying to him as Dragons flies towards him and he finds the give that. I don't think he would have been holding his tongue, in fairness, and he finds another kill. Whilst Jack and Cougars sit undercover and don't do anything about it, but that's typically what we do see up top. Both two players just ready to fight it out when necessary, but I tell you what, it's going to have to be necessary shortly for Black Hawk Down, as this could be a domination coming on through. 2 down to Crimson's, the second one from absolutely miles away. Marsh now in a bad spot as well, and Crimson say, hi old teammate, look at this. First round, HPJC dominating from them there.
Great start. Awesome start. Crimson's actually had a very good time on this map last week. If you remember, playing very well indeed. But is that enough, right? Is his whole team going to be able to get triple cap after triple cap, I wonder? It's a difficult task, safe to say. But they've started off strong here, and they need to keep up the momentum. As Black Hawk Down are surely ready to strike back at a moment's notice.
Relatively simple drops coming through. Jack and Co though. Let's see if they can continue this off. That would have been a good encouragement for them. Let's fight up top though. He has been beaten to the punch, if you like, Jack. Now he's going to make the push through, but he is weak, so he's expecting the push to maybe come through from Cougars. That flash grenade is going to do very little there, but down below it's all going down. Dragons is going to find the kill on the Hydron. Bit of a better start this time around from Black Hawk Down. What can it be done? Yeah, Jack should be in trouble. He's actually going to manage to get away, but still the fight rages on lower side of this map, and it's all going over towards Black Hawk Down. That's 4 men dead momentarily. This Hydro now back up off spawn. Domination starting to take through. Hydron starting to make the push. Strikers can't find the down, but his teammate can. This should still be broken by Phelpsy. It will be, and he finds the kill as well. Gets traded out. Is anybody there in time here from HPJC? Should be, but can they keep this one going? It's always hard when you are just running in to 4 Nashers. That will be the round. A Black Hawk Down answer and turn here.
That is a response, isn't it? 1 minute it took them. You saw Marsh, right? He won his fight down low, immediately flanking that 1v up top between Jack, Vex, and Cougars. From there on out, it was literally triple cap city for this side. And this is something that's been described as before with Forge and 4v4 is a triple cap haven. Because of the less numbers and how spaced out it is, it can really lend itself to dominations a lot more so than we had with 5v5 in Gears 4. So yeah, expect to see more triple caps, especially with these two teams. Black Hawk Down in particular will be looking to run at every single 1v they can and rotate and overextend if given the chance.
Just comes down to these open fights as well, though. I mean, we've seen that whoever gets the better of them is really able to dominate the map presence, aren't they? It's just very, very easy for the teams to transition over towards those home hills, especially in this first half. Bit more of a subdued start this time around, though. Neither team able to find any kills quite yet, but the damage is coming down here from HPJC. Phelpsy the furthest one up, but pressure was there, but not quite enough pressure to get a hold of B. A bit of a stalemate.
No, it is. Lots of respect shown from each of these players here. Here's Crimson's again over by the incinerator. His favourite location and Forge, it's safe to say. Absolute menace. Difficult to take down in that area. But look at this, 1v1 between Cougars and Jackfax again. Both players showing so much respect for each other. No one trying to attempt to cap the B hill. Phelpsy's rolled in. They're looking to do exactly that now, in fact. Phelpsy's been chain revived out. Hydron has to defend him. Great shots from both players. They're able to down. Oh no, a flank comes through though. Hydron gets the double, no problem there. And now can he finish off the third? No, he cannot. Dragons will stay alive.
Just about. Just about. It was looking good for Hydra on that. We've seen plenty of highlight moments from that. I felt like there was another potential one on the cards here. Dragons will be cleaned up, and this will be HPJC's little cap point coming on through. You know, a lot different than what we've seen in the previous rounds, where it has been a case of just winning your initials and then get going from there. Crimson should find this kill at the strikers and does so. Bit of aggression now going to come out from HPJC. They can get a hold of B, but they're going to be making this push over towards A. I was going to say, has he just seen him in the corner there? Was I just seeing... Phelpsy will just missed Marsh walking past him.
Well,
either way, the pressure's still here.
Yeah, there it is. Hydron's going to get dropped though, and I think that could be the end. Although I say that, Dragons has been caught out. Hydron's going to try and respawn. Lots of damage from Phelpsy on a Striker's not going to get that down. Could have been perfect for them to open things up. Marsh challenging for the 1v here onto Phelpsy. He stays alive. Jackfex in return. It is literally back and forth as different players pick up shotgun fights and kills around this map. Phelpsy and Co, they're going to get pinched very quickly indeed if they don't move fast. Jackfex stuck in the corner. They need to take this player down if they can. And there you have it. Phelpsy, Jackfex falls. B-Hill should return. Could the triple cap come through? I wonder. Doesn't seem like this player should go down. Although I say that, how is Cougar still alive somehow? Hydron will fall. Maybe, just maybe the triple cap is still there. Unless Crimsons can say something about that. Jackfex coming on now. 2v1, 3 seconds to go. Can he get the break? Yes, he can. Where's Phelpsy? Is anyone over the B-Hill? Yep, there he is. B-Hill broken. But the score lead is in favor of Black Hawk Down, but not by much.
Not a great deal. But they are getting points, and currently HPJC are getting nothing. Yeah, people posted up at every single point now, but Hydron's starting to find some kills here, so they are going to be able to get a hold of C, but they need a lot more than that. At this point, probably leave it and just go over towards A, which we can see Black Hawk Down setting up here. 6 seconds. Hydron has to go. He's going to find the kill. Jack's going to be there to help him out as well. Crucial gunfight. Not going to be quick enough.
Please get over here.
2-1 Black Hawk Down now, and they just hold out.
Super entertaining around that. Back and forth. So many big shotgun fights. Different locations of the map. It really is just so volatile from these two teams. They're trying at every opportunity to try and get a triple cap from any fight that they win. Both teams are not afraid to push each other's thirds when they do get those shotgun fights through. So close again. All of these rounds. Yes, Black Hawk Down, we've been praising them. They might have the edge overall and winning the majority of the initials, but HPJC, they really are giving them a tough time each and every round, right?
Yeah, this is much better showing than Asylum was. 100%. I know there were some close rounds here, but it just seems as if HPJC are more in tune. Maybe the map lends itself a little bit better. Who knows, but at this point, not a bad showing at all. Bit of a stalemate over towards B, as we so often do see. This Boltok going to come into it. Strike's going to get a shot in, but he's going to take shots himself, and Crimson's doesn't miss. As the stalemate broken, his C is now going to be captured, and I tell you what, he's just going to go back and help his teammates, but I wasn't too sure if he was going to go for the full cap. He might do now, though, as the rest of the team are trying to get something done over towards B. Phelpsy turns and finds one onto Cougars. Been a really good map between these two teams so far. We're only 3 rounds in, and now Dragons is being forced away. This was potentially a domination. Crimsons is going to find the kill, though. This one should be done. 3 seconds, not close enough. See you later. 2-2 now. Really good round from HPJC.
It was lovely, wasn't it? Crimsons again. It's the story of the incinerator for me. Both initials, that round and previous round. It came from the incinerator. The pinch came through on the previous round, but this time Crimsons catching out Strikers with that ball top, getting a headshot, hitting those 3 shots when it mattered most. Strikers, of course, making the mistake to turn his back so comfortably after trying to angle out the middle. Crimsons eventually turned that into a triple cap with a little bit of help from his teammates on the B side. Excellent response from them going into the first half, or second half, excuse me. 2-2. I'm sure the ball talks and incendiaries will continue and start to play a nice role in this.
Two. Obviously, as mentioned, things do change up. Now that button fight does become a little bit more important, Toby.
It does.
Dragons. Yeah, I'm not quite able to be as accurate as Crimson's was in the previous round, but Crimson's coming on through. Phelpsy not quite cleaned up, but is the Intent going to just about do it and gets a hold of Hydra, and Phelpsy survives. Should be able to get rid of Phelpsy, surely, as Dragons tries to make the push. Crimson's instead answer back though, and plenty of bodies over towards E. Here comes the push with the button. Now they're going to have to jump out, but still plenty of control here, which is the important thing for them. E should be in HPJC's hands here, really.
Such an excellent job so far from these two, Crimsons and Phelpsy, staying alive. But here come the reinforcements from BHD. Crimsons and Phelpsy immediately being taken out. Hydron elsewhere will win his 1v up top for the button. BHD are being super aggressive again. They're looking for that triple cap. Hydron is lurking. Jackfax gets one down. Yeah, and that will be the end of that push for now.
Hydron fighting out with Marsh here. And towards D side of the map. Not going to go his way. Blackhawk down in a good little spot here, but a good fight going over towards E. Button has been pressed. That'll keep them off it. Or will be. There you go. Still Blackhawk down in control, so that will slow them down. Albeit just momentarily. Imagine they'll get themselves back on there, but it has to get Blackhawk down a decent amount of time to get back into this one now. Maybe it's in a bit of a better spot to defend it, although HPJC have now decapped. Still Blackhawk down in the lead though, as one cap apiece is not quite enough to get anything going, but E now looking like it is going to be captured by HPJC. Very well done, very patient from them.
Lovely push. Great call from HPJC. Now BHD are trying to return in kind by pushing elsewhere onto the FL. Hydron though staying alive. Big job from him. And he's done an excellent job of that. Getting the 2 kills. With 3 players down, HPJC already overextending. Courtesy of Crimson's. Literally just going to strafe in front of that last player there. Just to get the break. They're around, right, to potentially go for the triple after some more kills. I think they're actually going to be able to do it. Jackfax and Phelpsy immediately taking one down. I think one might have overextended to the E-hill, though. Jackfax winning his fight. Checking back over. Phelpsy will win his. One player cannot get there in time. HPJC will take the lead for the first time in this game.
My goodness. Game in our hands here. We didn't see Blackhawk down on stream at least get challenged whatsoever last week. Definitely looking a little bit more challenged now. I mean, Asylum, they were absolutely flawless, so it has to be said, but a map like Forge, of course, one that we've seen in years gone by, not necessarily looking as good. Why would you think that is? Why do you specifically think this map is looking a little bit better for HPJC? Do you think maybe it's just a lack of practice for Blackhawk down? I'm unsure.
I think given the nature of it, how spaced out it is, and how many 1v opportunities there are, I think that's favouring HPJC to rely a little bit more on the classic mechanics, the classic smarts, right? The tuning perhaps doesn't coming too heavily into it in terms of how quick they can rotate and pinball around, and that doesn't really help Blackhawk Down's gameplay. That's probably what it comes down to. Jackfax getting downed. Incen not going to connect. Crimson's a co-working so hard. Oh no, Jackfax just takes him down though. Leaving the 1v1 for the ages once more up top. Him versus Cougars. Snipe picked up. Well played from Cougars. Can he get it out though? Doesn't need to challenge this 1v if at all possible. If he can just run out the back now with that weapon to ensure his team keeps control, that would be great. Jackfax not letting it happen though. Lovely flashbang. Up A on the right hand. Knows a player's waiting there on the left. Good hard aims from that individual though, but Dragons will stay alive and strike back.
Good play from Dragons. 11 kills, 6 assists, 8 deaths to his name. Need to get back rolling. They really will not want to lose the map to HPJC because I think, you know, it has to stand for them that this is their first week back together as a team. They haven't had much practice. And I think if Blackhawk Down are going on to potentially even lose a map here, this will not give them much encouragement for the rest of the night, potentially, as Crimson's comes in, finds 2. Or maybe, you know, maybe I'm looking into it a little bit too much, but after dominance last week, coming in against a team who really haven't played a great deal and making a hard game of it is not necessarily a good one for the confidence in my eyes.
No, I agree. I think BHD are coming into this week extremely confident, but when they saw HPJC roster line up, they want one thing just as much as perhaps as winning the whole tournament this week, and that's beating this team, the former rivals. And to be honest, they very much are the strong favourites, as given the experience and the storyline we've been talking about this whole game. PhD are the strong favorites based on experience alone. Let's see. Hydron rotating around. Trying to flashbang to play it ultra safe. Phelpsy will clean it up nonetheless. Dragon's on his own. Player just behind. This is what I've really been enjoying actually from HPJC. Didn't play out as they wanted there, but they've been on each other's bodies constantly as pairs, always looking for that revive, always keeping their core Gears teamwork close at hand. They certainly haven't lost that and immediately getting back into the swing of things competitive-wise.
Oh yeah, absolutely not. They will still be in sync with each other, and it's been looking really, really promising. Things have been getting better as time has went on. Looking like this might be a close round though, so 1 win condition is there. Have the ever so slight lead on the 1 cap, and the second one is going to come through. That's a big, big point to capture. Now F is the only thing they need to keep a hold of here, but Marsh might be on his own momentarily. 3 members of HPJC bearing down on the point as well. What can they do to defend it? Well, just about enough in time. 3-3 now.
How many times does this happen though, Chris? How many times does it have to happen? It literally comes down to that last hill. This equal team fight, it seems like, and whoever wins it gets the break, or the either gets the triple cap or wins by points. Marsh, though, doing an excellent job there in that first 1B against Hydron. Just delaying his life, keeping his distance, wrapping around that cover, or rather trying to get into a gib battle. A shot hold battle, if you will. At close range. Very, very close. Was it, again, that hill from being broken at the end. 3-3. You can just tell that this rivalry is returning thick and fast, right? You can see it building. Long term, this is going to be such an entertaining match to play out.
It should be. It really should be. It's going to be more interesting the more time goes on. Seeds will start to develop a little bit better if both teams start continuing to do well. They won't be necessarily meeting in the quarterfinals. We very much could see a grand final that looks exactly like this coming our way within the next couple of weeks. Good shots from Jack. My goodness. Cougar's now making the push. Does have the long shot in hand. Looking for the pop shot before finishing him off with the Nasher as well. Cougars is going to get away with that long shot though, and that is not necessarily ideal, but not the end of the world. Not quite what it once was. Although, in Cougar's hands, you never know. Just the damage is enough, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, even just trying to keep players' heads down on this map is huge. You can get some incredible angles with the snipe on this map. Cougar's now trying to leverage exactly that from underneath the pillars. They've called him out. They know exactly where this drone is hiding. Can Cougars get out? Full red, stuck. Hydron is going to close in on the gap. His teammate really weak. Hydron fighting back. Cougars as well. There's the pinch. Cougars going off somehow, getting 2 kills. And Phelpsy will be down. Snipe still in hands of Cougars and Blackhawk down. Wow, well played.
Yep, very well played. Just a revive off, basically, wasn't it? In the end, Blackhawk down, get the better of them. Oh, that looked nearly clean. Hydron very, very weak as he heads up top, but Crimson's is going to find 2 over towards E. That's going to break things and elongate the round at least. We'll get a hold of E, and that's going to be a win condition coming in here for HPJC. 70 seconds or so. Kills are falling their way here, and this could be potential map point coming up if they can get a hold of D. Not going to happen this time around. Phelpsy is going to go down, but Hydron just continues going, finds 2, and all of a sudden Dragons and Cougars have got to get something going here for their team, but everybody from HPJC are here. Hydron finds 1 more, Jack with another, and all of a sudden it's a domination, and the map is potentially on the card here for HPJC. 4-3 now.
It's looking like it. It's looking like we can go to a final map here in this quarterfinal. Hydron coming back thick and fast. Great shotgunning from him there. Very smart. Played extremely well on the right hand. And of course, Cougars got taken down eventually. And just like that, HPJC turned it into a triple cap. All players there to get extremely clean one off at that. Disable will come through for both incens, no doubt. We're back to basics. That nice shotgun fight up top between Jack, Fex, and Cougars. I wonder if anyone else will play their cards up there this time now. Shot grenade in hand for Phelpsy too.
Definitely going to help things. The pre-flash is out. Jack and Cup, are they going to be able to win this fight? If you Black Hawk down, it's not necessarily a crucial one, but it would do you a good favour in helping winning this round to send us to a round number 9. Hydron and Jack, though, getting the better of them. There you go. The kill's coming on through. Long shot now in Jack's hands. Looking for the angle. It's a good start to the round for HPJC. They only need this one to send us to map number 3. I tell you what. I mean, it's ticking in. What's happened here? Just about get there. Black Hawk down. Domination's still ticking. Nobody else there. They're not going to get there either.
There
HPJC win it. I don't even know how that happened.
I think that's Forge 4v4 for you, Chris, actually. My goodness me. Super quick, that fight from up top. Again, Crimson's and Jack Vex call. A little bit out of position, but they roll back into the center and push their fight, immediately overextending with Sniper on the back of Jack. That was, again, an incredible round from them. Really clear-cut triple cap. You know, they just stacked up on the end hill. They won their lanes, immediately met up on the home hill. And when you have the shotgun ability that this team has, it doesn't really matter the tuning, right? You're going to see them put it through just like that. Within 1 minute, it took them there to win that one. 5-3, the final score. HBJC are here to play, and they're playing very well, evidently. We might have given them a hard time, right, and said, hey, they're the underdogs, they haven't been playing much. But for them to get map number 2 this early on, incredibly well played, and some of the best rounds we've seen so far this split for sure.
100%. Very, very close game between these two now as it is tied up 1 apiece. Of course, you know, the first map definitely went on the other direction a little bit more convincingly, but HPJC, as you said, I mean, very much here to play. You know, when you were questioning, are they going to be able to make it through on this one in terms of, you know, just are they going to adapt on the fly? Are they going to be able to, you know, pick things up a little bit quicker here? It seems like the answer is yes to that one. It looked very, very solid from them there, and I'm interested to see if they can continue at map number 3. Imagine if they come back the first week back and they knock out our current. I mean, I'd like to think that the smack talk would be interesting on Twitter at least. You know, we know that these two teams have a history. A couple of players have a pretty bad history, it has to be said. You know, you've got players on either team who have teamed together with each other. You know, they've had fallings out. People have left because of arguments. So, I mean, there is a lot on the line in this game and in this map that's coming up very, very shortly, of course. And this is just the first game of the day. Just the first game of the day. But we got District coming up. It's a classic Gears 5 map.
See it. That's a storied map between these two teams as well. If you're going on Elevate Rated R, right?
I want to see Drop Shot at Cinema. I want to see Boom Shot at Bandstand. I want it all. I want it all, Toby. Sunday night. Come on, give me a bit of entertainment.
I mean, I'm hyped. I'm really enjoying this, mate. It's a storied game for sure. District is no exception to that. I've always said that they're the Rated R Classic. They always love to play this map against Elevate, but Elevate back in the day, they had a really good record on it. It was one of the better records, actually. And if you're going on that, you know, in theory, HBJC have a good time here potentially on District. A lot better time than Asylum, actually. I believe back in the day, Rated R had a better nice record on that map in particular. So yeah, this could be nice actually for HPJC, especially after coming off a really good Forge map number 2.
I tell you what, if they were to come in and beat the current champions immediately, that in the quarterfinals, that would throw a cat amongst the pigeons. But then, you know, it's not over for them there. Even if they do that, you've got teams like Maradona who are still sitting there. You've got teams like VYE who are still sitting there. I mean, we would really expect Maradona to probably make it to the grand finals once again. You know, they're still a very, very good team. For all that, you know, they pretty much got smoked in the grand finals last week. I don't think anyone would have beat Black Hawk down the way that we were playing last week. They just seem to be on a bit of a roll. But I'm super interested to see how this one goes out then, because it just sets us up for a hell of another 7 weeks of play before we, of course, do get to the finals. But we are about to get into game number 3 of this quarterfinal, 1 apiece between basically Elevate and Rated R. So if you missed any of the Pro League, of course, if this is your first foray back into Gears Esports, then these two were at each other for quite some time at the very top. And the last major, Rated R came out on top for the very first time in a major tournament, and it's setting us up for these storylines that we wanted to see throughout the rest of the Gears 5 game. Like, you know, we got that Rated R win. It was like, right now, what happens with this Elevate squad? Obviously, things didn't work out in that sense with Pro League being dissolved, but now here in the Open Series, we potentially have the storyline continue to write itself. One apiece between these two. We're heading into map number 3 on the district, and what a way to finish off this series. Quarterfinals, this, by the way. Goodness me. Toby, we don't pay you by the hour, by the way, so if we don't hear till 2 a.m., just know that it's still the same rate.
This is a match full of quality for sure. Dragons and Strikers lighting things up on Jack Vex down bottom. And yeah, I'm excited for this map as I was the previous two. We've been talking about this storyline for so long, Chris. I was ashamed to see the Elevate boys, you know, kind of try their hand at COD. But here they are back at it. 2 seconds on the clock for a potential triple. Crimsons will break it. Dragons and Strikers still fighting though, and that will come on through. BHD answering back.
Yeah, answering back emphatically as well. 42 seconds. It's all it took, and all those kills coming on through. Not a single one on the side of HPJC. They've just came in first. We battled back to find themselves a map, and immediately pinned back. Honestly, for me, I'm not going to be surprised if I see any early drops at Cinema on Bandstand. I wouldn't be surprised, and I would also be delighted, in fairness.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see the drop there. Jack Vex is looking at it. He's going to put it down. It's happening. It's confirmed already. I know for a fact it's going to happen. I'm reading his mind. We've seen it so many times. Drop shot right there from this team of HPJC. They did it earlier on Asylum, on train tracks, immediately on the get-go. And now they've done it between the two homes.
I wouldn't have it any other way, Toby, I'll be honest with you.
You and me both.
Dragons rocking the Elevate skin. Is that maybe a slight? I don't know.
He usually uses it. He's got Elevate in his name. It's fair enough. But it's like we've all come full circle. Crimsons has picked up drop shot. Phelpsy finds Strikers. This is better from them. And I appreciate, actually, the drop shot strat in itself, right? It makes total sense. They've not been playing. They just want to fix the map to kind of the strategy they feel like they're accustomed to. And a drop shot definitely has the effect that the majority of 4 players will have to go towards it.
Guga's going to have to back on down over towards Cinema, but ultimately the current winners of this round is HPJC. They may not be in control, but they definitely have the weapons at their disposal to try and make it in their control, if you like. It's a bit of a hold here from Blackhawk, down with a win condition of 70. I'd like to think HPJC are going to get going here in a second, although they did have that drop shot. One of the players must have went down.
Yeah, I'm guessing they might have.
With that backpack, yeah.
Did they maybe use it and now they just picked up the Lancer?
I definitely didn't hear it be used. 100%.
There you go. Well, as it stands, Blackhawk down. They're able to retake B side of the map. 40 seconds on the clock left. If they were to win by points, if things stayed the same, you can see Jack Vex just lurking just by the wall of Cinema. Here comes Phelpsy, stuck in a little bit of a corner. Crimson's there. Phelpsy needs to try and hop over if he can, just to get away from Blue. Still just trying to test if Dragons will shoot his way. Phelpsy lurking back to the center with Hydron. The target is Blue, potentially. Marsh dropping down for that fight. Hydron shots are clean. He'll find that kill. Dragons caught out in the center. Phelpsy rolling back. HB, JC are still very much here. B-Hill broken and being captured. Domination on the card. Strikers in a little bit of trouble on the B-Hill. Guga's there, saving the day, though. He'll get it down, but he will not stay alive. 3 seconds on the clock. Can they reach it? 1 second. No, they cannot. This round will be HPJC's.
And a good one at that. It's just like they flicked the switches. We used to say it quite often, that Elevate used to do, it used to be like, okay, slow around, 4 kills, and it's just nice to see that that ability has not left them. Not that we expected it. I think, you know, I don't want to say that we maybe bigged up like the fact that it's their first week back in. Maybe a little bit too much. Maybe we underestimated their ability to just step back in. I mean, look, Crimson's has still been playing as well, and he has had a very good game, but at the same time, performing definitely better than expected, has to be said.
I think so. I mean, on paper, right, if we were to go from 4v to 5v, I think that might be a bit more problematic, honestly, for HPJC, but it's the other way around, right? You're going from 5v5 down to 4v4, lending yourself to staying alive and playing numbers more importantly, and perhaps playing slower at times, and I think that's really up HPJC's alley, if you will. The tuning as well. I think these things on paper work out for them, so maybe we have been underrating them here a little bit. Here's Phelpsy.
Essentially.
Jack Fex picked up the drop shot. He's got one in his back still. 2v2. I think there's a player angling from middle potentially as well. Marsh is there. Jack Fex trying to help out that fight in the center. Jack will fall though. Trading kills everywhere. Drop shot gone. Everyone is looking for a scrap right now.
He did manage to backpack that drop shot though, so it's a case of getting in there, picking it up quickly, but that's maybe a kill that Hydro shouldn't be making. 5-1 from him at the moment.
Good shots.
Yeah, pushing on through. The shots around the cover. We know how dangerous they can be now as well. Domination ticking. Nobody over towards B, so they're going to have to make this push over towards C. They're going to be close enough. Just about. Dragons will get his toe in. Phelpsy and Co setting up though. We know how hard of a push this is out of your spawn, but the flashes coming in to save Blackhawk down. Marsh is going to go down here. Maybe that domination's going to tick in the second time of asking for HPJC, but once again, Blackhawk down, keep it going. But this ultimately does work out for HPJC. Longer time goes on, and well, that score lead does build, although they have lost B now, but that's fine. That works out for them. To trek back down the map now. Blackhawk down. Need to get a hold of their home hill. They're going to be able to do that now, but where are the resources from HPJC? Are they going to be concentrated over towards B? You would think so, but the transition from C, or A, I should say, over towards B is fairly seamless. Marsh and Co trying to set up, though, for another push out here. See HPJC want to be aggressive over towards A once again, but Blackhawk down, not letting them anywhere near here. Solid play from them so far. They've done well to keep themselves in this round, and they have the win condition.
Really like this play from HPJC to still keep up so much activity on the home hill, forcing BHD to kind of sit back and into their own third. And there it is, the drop shot will be picked up. Just staying alive long enough, keeping up with the pressure so that they can ensure they'll get this weapon as soon as it comes up. Hydron, drop over the top, finds Dragons. Not the greatest of drop shots, of course. Strikers rolling back. They're trying to get kills quick. Now Cog have the score lead as well. Strikers angling out one. Teammate there. There's the chain revive. It's not good, though, for HPJC. They need to get breaks. They need to get caps. But BHD do have the lead as it stands.
They do as well, but a lot of changing hands going on here. NC looking like it's going to go over towards HPJC with the lead as well. That win condition will be cut in half. 20 seconds now. Dragons are going to get a hold of C, but I don't think a one cap will do it. They won't. Oh, it won't. Definitely won't. It's very, very close, though. They need to get something going here, but the fights are being won from HPJC. What a long round this is, being back and forth across the board. Which way is it going to go? It's going to be HPJC at this moment in time. The kill's going their way as well as Cougars goes down. What can Marsh do? Not quite enough. That's going to be HPJC to win out round number 3, which was an absolute bomb burner. 3 minutes and 87 seconds. That's a long one. 2-1 now.
Tell you what, Crimsons, I feel like clapping too after that one. All comes to a finale that round there at the end. Everyone just trying to wrap shot each other on Fountain. It really is neck and neck for these last few kills on each and every round. It almost seems rigged. Like, it just seems staged. Everyone just somehow comes together, and it's always just a very close fight that determines who wins. Such an entertaining back and forth game between these two star teams here. HPJC have had the better play, I think, the better strategy around this drop shot area from the start of the rounds through to the midpoint. Been able to get the most drop shots. They've been having the most presence down there without being too risky as to lose the entire lane and the drop shot when it does spawn back up. Crimson and Phelpsy. Got to thank them for that. But now, Incens are thrown into the mix. They've not got right hand Blackhawk down do. Dragons has nice control. Phelpsy has got him red. He needs to go wide as soon as he can. Dragon says no. Shuts him down with 2 back A's. Not having any of it. Jack Fax will drop as he tries to run through the center. Drop shot the reward. Blackhawk down. Potential triple on the way.
Black Hawk Down really haven't had much luck towards that drop shot at all this time round. They get a hold of that one. Dragon's in control now as he makes the push over towards A, waiting for the rest of his team to make that push as well, and they can do it from a couple of different angles here. They got control of green also, and that drop shot's going to come into play. It will do. There's Phelpsy down. And for the second here as well, Dragons, this should be clean up crew for Black Hawk Down. Helping in all sorts of angles, but actually, I mean, how on earth has Hydra found that kill? My goodness. I mean, is it going to matter? I mean, there was nearly a Black Hawk Down domination coming out of that one. But eventually, HPJC, are they going to continue just holding on to this round by...
Wow.
Just about holding on to this round, yes they are.
Crimson's won his 1v against Cougars. It looked like Phelps, he could have won his 1v at B there for a second as well. That is just nuts from HPJC to somehow still be in this round. Black Hawk Down, though. They've done much of the legwork, it seems like. With a 100-point lead now. I wonder, when's the drop shot coming back up? They really have to be careful, perhaps. HPJC with this push. Hydron throwing himself into the mix. Striker's in trouble. That's excellent from Hydron, being so aggressive right there. Despite the flashbang, he finds Marsh as well. Classic Hydron is back. And he's here to stay. Dragon's trying to defend the B hill. HPJC are swarming right now for this round.
I mean, how are they even in it? How are they even in this round? My goodness, if they come on to win this one, that is something. Dragons is being forced away. He's not close enough. How on earth have HPJC just won that round? My goodness.
Truly, truly incredible from these guys.
I mean, the Hydron kill over towards Arcade, what was that about? He sprinted for about 20 minutes before he's got anywhere near. My God.
Classic steam train, almost.
Yeah.
It's brilliant from him, and you know, I'm feeling like UIU just returned to the game or something, and we're just having mental and explosive run around and rely on their clutch factor to win out, because that is what's happening right now in front of us. It's just clutching after clutching from all these individuals, and HPJC making it so incredibly hard from the get-go. Here we are, map number 3. HPJC with the 2-round lead. With Black Hawk Down struggling. Backs against the wall. Fighting for this drop shot.
This will be some result if HPJC can get it done. Strikers is going to get a hold of the drop, though. The rest of the team are here. They got it last time around as well. The fight has now moved over towards the bandstand, so that drop shot becomes a little bit more important. D&E and Black Hawk Down's control. Honestly, Toby, after last week, I know you weren't casting with me, I know it was through here, but you looked at Black Hawk Down and you said, I mean, who can currently match these lot with the way that they're playing? And the answer was really nobody. I mean, Maradona looked fantastic in week number 1's final. Black Hawk Down looked fantastic against Maradona. It was just an outstanding performance. HPJC, old Elevate team, haven't really played much of the game to our knowledge, at least anyway. Look, I mean, we could be blowing smoke over everyone's arse. Yeah, I mean, they might have been playing a lot, but it doesn't seem that way. I mean, in the sense of that we were in one of the streams before and they were like, oh, okay, what, they capture it from the home points are captured immediately? Yes, they are. They just started to figure that out. It's looking like Black Hawk Down are going to go on to win this round. We've been here before, in fairness, but at the same time, HPJC are still in the lead in this game, unexpectedly. We really didn't think that they would be able to contest with Black Hawk Down in this way. Never mind beat them. 3-2 still. As a round to Black Hawk Down goes through, a rather convincing one at that, Toby. It's just...
Yeah. And I think HPJC have it worked out, really, with the strategy of just throwing the drop shot down, too. It's shaken Black Hawk Down up quite a bit. It helps them out, given the strategy deficit perhaps they might have compared to BHD in the 4v4 realm here on District and previously Asylum. And it seems to be working out for them, honestly. It's great to see this rivalry as fiery as ever, as early as it might be. Even 2 of HPJC are actually on PC. They really have taken this on their stride and changed a few things. Have HPJC. Here's Phelpsy. Incend thrown in. Oh no, he's the last one alive though. Dragons and Marsh will clean him up. Drop shot still there, but they'll be looking for the triple cap instead. This should be 3-3. Yep, it will. HPJC will not even leave their spawn just like that. We're all tied up.
Okay, well, Black Hawk Down heard me. Oh. Can we just have this game like every single week? I mean, we may well. We may well at this point.
Honestly, it could happen. We've said how important seeds are, how competitive Europe is since the 4v4 switch up and the new tuning came in, with so many more teams. It really does matter, does seeding. And I think as these two teams play week in, week out, they'll probably, if we're going to predict it, they'll kind of edge towards the top end of that, right? And maybe first and second. And as such, they might find they'll play each other later on and later on each week in the bracket. Of course, early days for a quarter-final of this caliber, of course. I think we could be seeing this quite frequently, actually. Strikers getting the double. Starting things off strong. Drop shot should be picked up. Strikers looking to chase perhaps through blue. Yep, immediately jumping up. He's chasing after the two. No one too close to him, but he's still putting in that damage. Necessary to open things up for the drop shot. Cougars will clean up. And Black Hawk Down going for the triple.
Yeah, this is going to be a few rounds in a row. That's a misfire drop shot coming on through, and Marsh is going to have to back on down. Cougars is there with him as well. These fights, ever since they got 3-2 down, Black Hawk Down don't seem to have lost a gunfight. I'm saying that as Jack picks up 2. Cougars is there, though, to find Phelpsy. On this domination still ticking in. The reactions from Marsh to find him there. The domination is also going to be there. Crimsons can't do enough. 4-3.
3 rounds in a row.
I mean, surely we get a round 9.
Back to front. Back to, yeah, I mean, 3, then a 3. It's got to be at this point. Come on. Give it to us. It really does deserve it, this matchup. Absolutely crazy has this game been so far.
The dog's watching. She's going crackers. I know, Lola. I know.
I know. Things are heating up, yes.
That's what she said, to be fair.
Well, who could predict this now?
I mean, we have to see right now.
We do. It would be quite important to see. It's quarterfinals, best of 3. It's very significant indeed. Check this out then. Incense. Can Strikers get another double? Cougars is pushing up on his right hand onto Crimson's. He has the edge. Crimson's a little bit of trouble. Strikers is thrown in Incendins. Back and forth. Crimson's wins his somehow against Cougars, despite being down in damage. Dragons will Lancer him back out. 2 members down for both players. Dragons will sneak up the drop shot though. He'll have it on his back. Phelpsy trying to escape through the center, and Crimson's just taken out.
Good initial from Black Hawk Down. Just about, not quite as clean as it had been. I wonder if Marsh has had words when they were 3-2 down. Come on now, boys. But still, I think irrelevant if, you know, and it feels like I'm on the HPJC love train here, but at the same time, like, it was looking like they potentially could have went onto, and they still very well could. But even the fact that they put in this performance bodes well for them as time does go on. Still not out of this yet, though. 4-3 down. Black Hawk Down in a good spot here. You probably don't want to maybe necessarily gather in the shop here, as Dragons is going to find the kill on Jack Vex with a well-placed drop shot through the window. HPJC, not really a lot of ideas yet. Struggling. Black Hawk Down have got control of E, they've got control of F, they have still a drop shot in the back pocket of Dragons, and that's what's really stopping HPJC making this effort forward. Hydron is going to find a kill here, but it's going to be dropped by his teammate. Jack is not going to be able to help him out on that one either, although I would have felt like Hydron possibly would have went down anyway. Now Black Hawk Down starting to get a little bit more real estate on the map here. They have lost E momentarily. Looking like HPJC may be able to get a hold of this one as well. Looks like nothing left for Dragons in terms of the drop shot. So maybe we're just waiting on that coming back up, and it's going to be one last push from HPJC in this match.
This is what HPJC need at this point in time, is hold right hand on the drop shot and show those incens go their way. Capture wouldn't hurt, certainly at E, but certainly would not be a bad thing at all if they can cap E in the mix while waiting for the weapon. But you know, if not, if it does come down to a triple cap, all important, all in, on the F hill, then so be it. 30 seconds left.
The drop's going to be coming up very, very shortly.
They're getting kills, though. They've lost the drop shot control, the arch control.
They know he's there, though. Oh, Dragons could do with winning this fight. The Swarm Domination ticking on through anyway. Are they going to be close enough to anything? They are not. And oh my goodness, here we go. Toby, it never ends. It never does end between these two. Honestly, I really, really did not expect this kind of game. Black Hawk Down just looked so good last week. The former Elevate squad of HPJC coming back after what seems like a lifetime. And now they come back in, and even the fact they've got this far. My goodness. What a game this has been. Black Hawk Down are going to be looking at this thing, and my God, this is going to be a lot more difficult a couple of weeks down the line after they've been getting the time in, but does it maybe just show that you really never ever lose it? No, my God, I mean, we're throwing everything in. Just put it all in. Frags, everything.
Throw it all into the mix, and the beauty of it is that Black Hawk Down could even block the drop shot, right? They could have, right? But with the incense in play on both sides, you can't just let one team have incense and the other team not. They had to be in for this fight for the long haul. They've been doing a lot better in the previous rounds, but can they keep it up? Round number 9, HPJC. Oh, Jack Vex on his own. Just gets down from the right, but again, Vopsy's playing a little bit too far back. As a result, Black Hawk Down. Oh, no. Phelpsy's got one down. He's not going to be able to play up, though. Looking to get through. Strikers will get so one. Well. Dragons fall red. Strikers will fall, in fact. That's the drop shot gone. Is it on the floor? Does he have a shotgun out? Phelpsy is there to ensure it's not picked up. That is beautiful from him. Keeping up the damage despite Dragons still lurking around the corner. Phelpsy lives to tell the tale, and E-Hill is captured. Advantage goes to HPJC.
Frags go over to HPJC as well. Hydron's just going to sit back with these. This is just the quarterfinals, by the way. We've got 2 other games coming up after this, apparently.
Don't go anywhere, folks. Lots more to come, especially from one of these two teams, whoever is the victor of this final round here. My goodness me. Wow.
Bit of a stalemate now as HPJC are still in control of E. We can see Black Hawk Down are concentrating the majority of their efforts over there. Dragons picking shots with the Lance here. They're just waiting for an opportune moment. Cougars and Co really don't have a lot at their disposal here, but the push towards E is going to start coming on through. They have at least decapped that one. Now we'll push back over towards the cinema. Maybe looking for a fight over here. Jack's going to go down. It seems that they're just clawing their way back into this one. Not Black Hawk Down, but Dragons is going to drop. Marsh gets a kill in the middle as well, but Strikers is going to go down too. So trades coming in. Black Hawk Down are the ones with control of E. And that just felt like it was maybe a little bit too easy. Yes, okay, they have fought well in the middle of the map, but HPJC really had a lot more at their disposal, you feel.
Marsh doing well there to stay alive on the fountain, despite Jack going as wide as possible. Go wide. Yeah, great shout. Cougars has managed to clinch, pick up and run back. And the drop shot as well. That will be picked up. HPJC were nowhere to be seen. They all went into blue for some reason. They were looking for a potential pickup or a way back into the game, but it's not going to pay off now. 25 seconds for HPJC to clutch up. Drop shot from across the way. Hydron will fall. 3v4 now.
This would be some way to win the round if HPJC do go on to win it now. Jack's going to make the push through the middle. They need to do something. And they need to do something very, very quickly. Crimson's made the push. Marsh is going to find one. Dragons is going to get dropped, but it needs to just be perfect from HPJC. It's not going to be enough. It is going to be a Black Hawk Down win. 5-4. Map 3 is what it took. HPJC just can't quite clutch up in that round. They had control. They didn't do a lot with it. Then Black Hawk Down took every single ounce of control they could possibly want themselves. And 5-4 is the score. But my goodness, that is not the end of this story in the Open Series. 5-4, map number 3. HPJC are definitely going to be here competing every single week now. That is very, very close. Very, very close.
I think you could be right on that prediction, Chris. Honestly, that was incredible from that side. And honestly, if that is how HPJC are going to play after just one day back, after one of them didn't even know the home hill was capped on the new Esker, I think that is setting us up for some great, great matches and an awesome rivalry to come. What a fantastic game. Brilliant job. We started off that match, right? And with Asylum, of course, wasn't that close, safe to say.
Especially the way Asylum went. Yeah.
We started off with the storyline, all right, HPJC are just coming back, just give them time. It's going to be a rough one, it might be rough, could be a really easy game, but then somehow we get to a round number 9, map number 3, and there's clutches back, left, right, and center. Thank you very much to both those teams for making this broadcast incredible from the get-go. 270 viewers as well tuning in to see the rivalry back in action this early on. Incredible stuff. GG's.
I think what you just said right there is spot on. Like at the beginning, we're like, oh, after Asylum, it could really be like a tough game, and then it was like, okay, it's their first week back, and now it's like it's their first week back. Like we need to sort of take that into consideration. But that is going to be it for this game. We do actually have a semi-final and a final still to get through tonight, of course. An hour and 20 minutes for that first game, and a couple of people in the chat saying, that is one of those. That might as well be the grand finals. It very well could be the case, but you've got to look at Maradona on the other side of things. They're going to be going up against VYE in the semi-finals. I do believe that's the game we're going to be covering next. And that should be an interesting one as well. Maradona will definitely want to bounce back, and it's going to be interesting to see if they can do it against Black Hawk Down, who will advance on through. But, I think if you're Black Hawk Down, you're happy to get the win over them, but you probably would have liked to see it in a bit of a easier fashion, Toby, like map number 1.
I think so. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they enjoyed it. It was probably quite stressful actually for BHD, and there's probably a lot of energy in the HPC camp now because they had to clutch up a number of times, and they're probably enjoying how quick they will be able to perform with these triple caps and clutch moments. Fair play to them. Fair play to both teams, as mentioned. Black Hawk Down though, they're warmed up. Yeah, they warmed up. I think with that incredible best of 3 series, they're probably in good stead actually to go all the way now. So I'm curious how all the rest of the teams are playing in this competitive week number 3 on this Sunday.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. We've still got plenty more action to come. It's going to take something to beat that game though, let's be honest. But we're going to have VYE taking on Maradona just after this. Well, if you did miss any of those quarterfinal maps, you need to go back and watch them between those two teams. Essentially, Old Elevate against All Rated R. What a game that was. I mean, we're getting into the semi-finals now. It is going to be Maradona taking on VYE, a little bit of a different VYE squad from last week, of course. So, should be interesting to see how they get on here against our two-time finalists in Maradona. But I mean, we're expecting them to meet Black Hawk Down, of course, as we do see what happens in that game against Elegance. We'll keep you up to date with that one. I'm sure the players are streaming themselves if you do want to keep an eye on it. But Maradona against VYE is what you're going to be watching here. But Black Hawk Down escaped. I don't know, it wouldn't have been embarrassing to lose to them, of course, but it would have been definitely one that I'm sure some of the players on HPJC would have been talking about on social media, no doubt, had they gone on to win that one. HPJC, of course, are former Elevate, if you like, minus Crazed, but they haven't really been playing. I mean, as mentioned, some of them, Toby, didn't know some of the rules when it was coming to the new escalation setting, so that just tells you everything, and it's interesting to see that Black Hawk Down went so close with them.
It was close, right? It was nail
round 9,
close.
round 3.
I was thoroughly entertained from round after round, really. Yeah, Asylum didn't start off too nice, but for HPJC, but you know, they were keeping them on their toes. But of course, it all changed in Forge. I think, honestly, HPJC, they've got a nice story ahead, a nice journey ahead of them, shall we say, and I think they can only improve from here. I think the core of their team is evidently extremely still strong, and something we didn't really mention, actually, just to touch upon it a final time, is two teams actually split up because of Phelpsy and him bringing back these absolute gods. MX was previously Noto, Crimson's, Crazed, and Ashens. Of course, Crimson's left to rejoin his former squad in Elevate. Crazed, of course, unfortunately not joining him. ODC Champs was Phelpsy, Incisive, Ash, and J Rage. Phelpsy, of course, he's now left that team in favor of getting Elevate back. But here we are, right? The first semi-final of the day.
Into the first semi-final of the day, yes, Toby. VYE taking on Maradona. And honestly, I think they would both do well to put as good of a showing on as what we just seen in that last game. But it should be an entertaining one nonetheless. And I'm interested in Maradona, I really am, because I don't think they will remotely be happy at how that Grand Finals went last week, and they will be looking for revenge against Black Hawk Down, who will... I would love to be a fly on the wall, or just in whatever Discord they're in, if you like, of Black Hawk Down. Like, how are they feeling after that one? Are they happy that they won? Of course, but is it a bit like, oh, bloody hell, like, you know, we should have probably been able to do that a little bit cleaner, considering how long, you know, they haven't been playing. But at this moment in time, Maradona will be looking at this one as a must-win to get through that Grand Finals for another shot at Black Hawk Down. They'll be thinking themselves as well that, you know, last time around. It was not the kind of result they would have wanted. It was pretty much a stomping by Black Hawk Down, and Maradona won another stab.
Yeah, a little bit closer game between these two than the match you just mentioned last week. It was the semi-final. Number one also was VYE versus Maradona. Of course, Maradona getting the better of them in the end and meeting Black Hawk Down in the grand final. Maybe, just maybe, we'll see the same state of affairs occur today and see that grand final. But I wonder, will VYE change things up a little bit and outperform their previous selves and their opposition in front of us? Of course, a little bit of a change-up. Nesteeks has regained back his original spot. Of course, he swapped out for Death Dancer, Mr. Gears EU himself, last week. And we're back to week 1 teams. Wonder if VYE can do any better.
Oof. Nice from Warrior Guns there as the push over towards C is going to come on through. It's pretty much an essential one for them. This round is looking like it is going to go over to Maradona irrelevant. I do believe, well, yeah, my one cap will definitely still do it for Maradona. But he's not necessarily the one you want, though. Do with your home hill. It's just easier to get there off spawn. Easier to protect. But doesn't seem like anybody from VYE are really making that movement over towards B. They need to do it within the next 20 seconds or so. Bounces now, looking for the kill here. He's going to get Ricardo. Now, well played that. Once again, that overextension over towards A is going to come in and pay off dividends, you would imagine. 3 caps going to come through. Domination probably not going to land, but it's not going to Maradona. We'll strike first. 1-0 to them now. Good round from them. Just held off where they needed to. Didn't get overly aggressive.
Absolutely so. I think we spoke in great detail previously about Maradona. Of course, Pains is in that roster. He could have easily been in the Black Hawk Down roster. I'm sure he's perhaps given the offer originally, but he's chosen to stick with his Italian teammates, and they've been proving Europe wrong. It seems in terms of predictions. Of course, the first week Maradona winning the whole thing. Here they are once again in the semi-final. But VYE, of course, is a team that's gone under the radar also, perhaps more so. Vision, Warrior Guns, Nesteeks, Ricardo. This is an incredible roster themselves and a dark horse for me back in week 1. But they performed consistently well, right? Getting up to the upper rankings. They've got a great seed as a result. Seed number 4 to be exact. And it's very well deserved. And I'm curious if they can actually get to a grand final one day, perhaps this day. Let's see how they can do against Maradona.
Opening break. Looking like it's going over towards Maradona, but what can Vision do to stop that happening? Well, not a great deal because he doesn't have a head anymore, so Pains and Co are going to advance on through. C is now in their sights, and the Stick's going to have to back down.
Ooh, nice down. Pains just catching out Nesteeks. It could be the spark that lights the fire for the triple cap. Pains. That movement is ridiculous. Oh my god, that was gorgeous. Vision will shut him down though, but his teammates are back there to help him out. Maradona getting that second round. Pains, that was glorious. If anyone does say at any point in the Twitch chat this tuning's too slow, just clip that and just give it to them. That was really nice wall bounce in there from Pains.
I love it when you say gorgeous, you know.
Absolutely gorgeous, mate.
Such like a... Is it a Welsh? Well, it's
Go on, say Welsh.
It's not a Welsh word. I don't know. I feel like
it's a British word. I've been told many times.
Is it?
Yeah, when do you hear Americans say that?
Well, no, I know it's English word, but I feel like you Welsh lot maybe use that a bit more.
Gorgeous. No, I think that's more northern.
Is
that
it?
word? Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it's just because I hear you say it all the time. That might be it. We were talking about crutch words. Maybe gorgeous is yours.
I say a fair amount, but no, I do say that a lot. I think you're right, Chris. I'm not sure if it's a crutch word, but
I mean, you're gonna get a bloody. You're gonna get a conscience about it now. Conscience.
Yeah.
That's not a word. Oh, words are hard, really, aren't they? I mean, we're just
hard.
struggling. We're struggling across the board. Maradona, though, are not. As the kill's starting to come through for them, and Visions is the only one to answer back. Pains does go down. Vision now making the push on through. VY get the control that they really haven't had a hold of in the first 2 rounds. B will go in their way. But the overextension has come through Maradona. ANC in their hands now. I quite like that. I don't mind that bridge fight. You push on through, and then you can try and control from this side. Bouncers should be dead here, though, as Mystiques tries to make the push on through. Finds 2 as well. He's done fantastic to find that. And he goes and adds the cherry on top with the 3rd. Mystiques, phenomenal play from him, and now the push through is going to come on in. VYE looking to get their first round on the board, thanks to Mystiques. Give him number 4 as well if you want. The rest of the team are there, though, to help him out. Break comes through at C, and now Maradona have to try and make a push through a very, very small door, and they're just going to run into the Nasha fire. Domination is denied, though. B is the push, and well played by Bouncers to be aware not to just head first make the push over towards C. Good heads-up play from Bouncers, keeps his team in the round.
Staying alive as well. He's going to wrap all the way around to the A-hill, forcing the opposition to get to him. It's a sprint to get to the last hill. Can he reach? Yes, he can. C-hill just about broken. Now he's going to 1v against Warrior Guns. Who's going to win? Warrior Guns trying to run across the wall as if his UE strafing across the side. Not going to work out. Lil Bouncers will win that 1v. Somehow still alive, by the way. Shout out to this individual to save this round. And now still be a thorn in the side of the VYE players. Can he find Mystiques as well? He's still going. He's still alive. His teammates are going to cap C back. Potentially. A-hill has been broken, though, so the triple cap is off the cards. But Maradona will have the score lead now. Or get the score lead if things stay the same, I should say.
Yep. Win condition belongs to them as well. VYE will sting if this round doesn't go in their direction, because that was looking very much like their first time to get one on the board here. Mystiques, an inspired play from him. Wasn't quite enough in the end. Bouncers played that one very, very well and very much kept his team in the round. You got to give him credit for that. Not many kills to his name in that sense, but made the smart plays. Now can they hold on to it here? Maradona, yes, about that. That looks like they can. Visions of Ricardo and also Mystiques going down. One player left up top is Warrior Guns. He's going to make the move. Bouncers should be able to deal with him. Just about does. Warrior Guns not sure where he was. And oh, this probably should have been a VYE round, but it's looking more and more like a Maradona one. Push going to start coming on through. Ricardo is just about going to get there, and the streamline of players continues as well, and Mystiques is there, but just more lambs to the slaughter as the domination ticks on in. 3-0 Maradona, and that should be 2-1.
Yeah, I agree. Quite unfortunate, actually, and this is the thing. VYE need to take every single round they can against Maradona. We know how good this roster has been, of course. Week number 1 champs were Maradona, and they're playing very well as a team. Individually as well, evidently, given how Lil Bouncers played there in that entire round. But VYE, they have the potential. We mentioned Mystiques, right? We saw the plays. Oh, drop shot coming out at the top. Yep. Happy with that. But yeah, they have the potential individually. They have that star factor. And that's the core of their team. Once they can get some shotgun fights and kills strung together, VYE really can tackle and topple the best. But if their teamwork lets them down, it could be problematic. Pains will fight and find Warrior Gun's vision. Mystiques immediately getting kills back, though. Drop shot is there for them to pick up. They've lost B in the process, though. Let's see if Vision can do anything with this drop shot.
They do have the drop shot, I said, but what can they get going with it here? They don't have any of the points that they potentially do need. Minus C, of course, but you've got to make the most of this, haven't you, really? There's one. Good shot. Isis goes down. Accurate from Vision. Warrior Gun's going to go down in the same sense, though, and C is just... Well, Maradona are going to concentrate most of their efforts, and they will have to back on down in a second as there's a Vision with a drop shot coming over. I mean, this is a couple of kills if he sticks it in there, you would think. Well, at least one. Lances goes down. Pains are going now, having to defend this spot if they can, but I mean, if you're Maradona in this situation, you haven't lost a great deal, and the drop shots are gone. Very well played, Maradona. Held on well. Just stayed away from the drop shot as best they could. They still lose 2 kills to it, but still get it done.
I think Pains is
BMing his own
happy.
teammate there? Or?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's because he saved the day, and he's very happy with himself. He was able to get a double, and despite the drop shot coming on over, play to Maradona in this score lead that they now have. Oh, Warrior Guns is coming around the back, so is Crisis, though. This isn't looking good, actually, for the side of VYE. Pains has just got another double. Crisis gets that last 3rd kill there on the home hill. Ricardo on his own over at B. No one's capping just yet, though. They have a little bit of time to VYE to get back their home hill off spawn before this domination does tick on in. 3 seconds now, although I say that, no, Maradona Pains, in fact, has won that home hill almost single-handedly, it seems like. He's got double kill after double kill. They were literally just sat on the home hill for so long with Maradona, causing absolute havoc. And Pains has 20 kills and reflects the 4-0 score lead.
He's pretty good, to be fair.
Yeah, 20 kills in 4 rounds. Can't go wrong, really.
Yeah, it's not
Semi-final
a
of this.
Yeah, not a bad return. Incense down. VYE maybe need to bring something else to the table here. Because right now things are not working out. Maradona looking very, very good here on Asylum. I just like that whole round from them. The fact that they lost drop shot, they were happy with that. They overextended, got the home hill captures. But then, I mean, it just went a bit south for VYE with the drop shot there. Maybe put a little bit too much into it and couldn't get anything from it. And right now, this fight over towards E is looking like it's going in only one direction. Pains. Once again, I'll give him vision as well. That's disgusting from Pains. How many times have we got to say it? Drop shot in his hands as well. Now Maradona looking to add this 5th round to the 4 they already have. Bounces taking down Ricardo over towards B. No, E, I should say. Actually, it is B. It's not open right now, but it's still B. Either way, Maradona just looking so good here. That's a good shot in the vision as well. He's going to be very, very weak.
Oh, it's beautiful. Over the train from Pains on division, knowing exactly where his opponent is pushing. This should be a triple now. Can Pains get another double? Can he get another double? No, he'll get one though, and that's all he needs, perhaps. 3 seconds on the clock. Can it be broken? Warrior Guns will find one. Can't find another. Vision, though. Still fighting back. 1v1. Crisis has time to reload, apparently. No problem for him. He will win that fight in the end. Vision will get taken down. 1 second on the clock. Can Nesty get there somehow with the skin of the teeth? Crisis, he doesn't care, though. Again, another kill. Can he do it again? Can he do it again? Make it a double.
Line them up!
Find one. Warrior Gun saving the day somehow. Just about. Can Pains see it off, though? I'm not sure. Surely not. 1v3. It can't happen. Okay. All right. He'll have one.
I mean, the raw talent on this Maradona squad is stupid. It's so stupid. Crisis is just like, right, come on, 1 by 1. Come at me.
Let me just strafe in front of someone like it's Gears 1, reloading, and then still get it off. My goodness me.
That was it. It was just like, yeah, you know what, I'm going to reload my gun whilst running towards me. It's fine. Pains just runs in 1v3, no problem, bro. I mean, he's already got 26 kills to his name, but this round's still achievable for VYE. They need to get going towards D, though. I mean, very, very quickly. Well, F, I should say, but look at this from Maradona. That one player bounces once again, plays his life. They only need 5 points, even if they lose F, which is looking like they're not going to. It's not going to matter. Maradona, 5-0. All but flawless, to be honest with you. That was just a phenomenal performance. I mean, Pains is going to be the MVP. Absolutely no doubt in my mind. There you go.
How many kills did he have at the end? Let's see.
Was it 26, 27?
27?
Something like that.
27 in 5 rounds. Alrighty.
It's a very strong effort, in fairness.
Good effort from Pains there.
Yeah.
I'm getting flashbacks when we were laughing back on a previous Asylum with these guys. We're laughing now because it's just so absurdly good from them. Pains 27 kills and the rest of the team just going off, reloading in front of people and still just dispatching them. Wow. Amazing stuff from Maradona. They're looking strong, it's safe to say. And that was only map number 1, the best of 3 series.
Yeah, try not to say something that might offend anybody, of course, here, Toby, towards the end of an Asylum. We've been there before. But 5-0, I mean, what else can you say about Maradona in that one? Just a phenomenal performance. You can't... Look, I want to sympathise with VYE because there was a couple of rounds there that really could have won. That could have been at one point, even like 3-2. There was 2 of those rounds that I don't want to say that they completely, like choked it or anything like that, but Maradona just came up clutch. It was that rotation from bounces over towards B, which was the smart play to do. But then when he gets a hold of A as well, it's like, maybe he's got a little bit far, maybe about concentrating on the right things, but I don't know. I think, it was just a very solid showing from Maradona. And when Pains is dropping 27, what more can you do? It's going to happen. In 5 rounds, 27 kills, that's what, just under an average of 6 per round, which is some showing, and that's not talking about his downs and his damage that he's been putting in as well on the caps. I mean, just a very, very good performance from Maradona. Map number 2 is going to be coming up shortly, and if it's anything like that one, we'll be heading into the grand finals pretty shortly. But I do believe we're going to have a quick check of the bracket. I think I heard Matt say. I think we were going to have a. Okay, you're saying we're going to Bunga bracket. It's got 2 of the same letters in. Let's not get it too on the wrong side. But Bunker coming up. I mean, looking at that, VYE, are you confident for them on this one? It's a very different map to Asylum, played very differently.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is for me, I think VYE's success factor, their edge, if you will, does lie in their shotgun ability and Nestiques and Vision, etc., to be able to go off. And so I'm kind of concerned in that sense. Their teamwork was lacking a little bit compared to the side of Maradona. They had opportunities to win, and it was more so their teamwork that let them down rather than their ability to set themselves up with the triple. Nestiques, for example, that play was an example of that. And so I'm wondering, is Bunker going to be more of an issue for them, perhaps? Will Maradona kind of break them down a little bit more easily now and still be able to find those triple caps as they were on Asylum, I wonder? Or will just slowing it down and just going for map control and playing the 2-1 game, will that actually benefit VYE so they can keep that momentum train that's been building for Maradona at bay? I wonder. Maybe the change in pace will help them.
Possibly it will, but I think when you look at a map like Asylum where they can really get very, very aggressive in your face, Maradona, that's sort of their wheelhouse, isn't it? You look at this team and you look at the talent, you look at the way they play. It's very much going to be favoritism towards them on those smaller maps. Bunga, as you said, if they can get a good setup here, VYE, maybe something a little bit different can happen, but it ultimately does still have those initials. It still has those close quarters fights at the beginning of the round where your bread is often buttered there, isn't it? It's a case of, figuring out how the rest of the round's going to go from that, and if they can't win those, which they didn't really do too often in that previous map, then it's going to be an issue, whatever map you're really on here. But Bunker definitely could offer them a little bit more hope, but yeah, it's a tough one. Maradona looking like they're about to hit the 3rd grand final in a row. I'm curious who they're going to be playing up against. Elegance and Black Hawk Down going up against each other now. If we could get an update from that one, that would be lovely. But into this one, nonetheless. Bunker coming up. BYE need a turnaround here. It's because Rowdy's not playing. If Rowdy was here, like last week, no doubt, they'd at least been lost only just 5-1. I mean,
yeah. Yeah, exactly.
You know what? He's usually nice to me in the Twitch chat, actually, or just in general is Rowdy. So
he's a legend.
I hopefully, I don't want to make any more enemies in the scene at this point.
Well, let's see how this one pans out then, shall we? I say that, but it's already lit up blue. Maradona letting rip here on the initial, but they have lost 2 players in the process, it seems. Pains is running around looking for every 1v he can find. He is just so absurdly aggressive as this player, but he always gets it done. He always makes it happen, and there's the kill on Ricardo. Marco is only there just to watch, essentially, as his 1v is stolen from him. Payne's coming right out the back, getting the kill. 3 kills already, Chris. Can he beat 27 kills now, I wonder?
I mean, he's on a good pace for it. Is this number 4? Yep! There's 4 as well from Paynes. He is not going to go down by the looks of things. Bounces is going to get him back up, and has been pretty much the same story. Maradona getting things going here up top, and it's just a little bit harder to make that push over towards A, isn't it? It's essentially no man's land. Lancers primed and ready if you're VYE.
Well, this is the setup perhaps that could have favoured VYE with a change of pace. Instead, Maradona are the ones trying to hold map control. Got to tip my hat, though, to VYE. They have managed to put a stop to the setup immediately, forcing Maradona back down the tunnel towards the middle. Paynes, though, again being the icebreaker for his team, picking up 1, make that a 2nd elsewhere. My goodness me. VYE, meanwhile, overextending to the C-Hill, though. Bounces on the prowl to try and catch up with them.
The thing is here, though, is that there's a lot more map to play with if you're VYE. There's a lot more outplay potential. There's a lot more map to cover if you're Maradona, and one of VYE slips by for an overextension, as mentioned, so it's not necessarily as easy to get these dominations locked on through. Crisis now trying to make the push. Vision. Domination ticking in here for VYE. I mean, you're going to go for your Crisis. Where has that come from? Absolutely nowhere is the answer to that question, and VYE are on the board.
think you just jinxed it, honestly, Chris. You were mentioning the overextension with the overextensions with the triple cap, and VYE literally just did that in front of them. Vision ball played from him, just holding off just about long enough there on the last hill for that kill. Good start for VYE. Nicely done. They did a great job actually of breaking down the bunker setup right at the top there. And the overextension, it did lead to that triple cap in the end when they gave that up. Good decision from them. Let's see if we can keep it up while this man on our screen is still on the prowl. 6 kills in round number 1.
More than his average of the last game, so he's possibly going to have more rounds to play with here. He's going for the push here, though, but either way, VYE, nonetheless, do get that domination coming on through. Pains is going to drop, but Marco is there to try and help him out. Warrior Gun's now going to get pushed as well, has to get out, but is Maradona with the real estate over towards B. I'll tell you what, though, Nestix is there, and we've seen a couple of nice plays from him in map number 1. Can he continue it here on bunker? Price is pushing on through. Got Marco with him as well. Nestix should be dead. That should be B going over towards Maradona.
Really hard fought battle there down on E. Oh, B, excuse me. Extended. Big 1B now. Make that a 1v2 very quickly. Ricardo in a little bit of trouble. Oh, the mismantle's going to ensure he does fall to the 2. Can his teammates answer back at B? Oh, the ball talk is going very well. Marco immediately clean. Warrior Pains on the flank. It's all working so well for this Italian roster. Surely Nestix will get pinched now and will fall. And a score lead perhaps will build up for this COG side.
Looking that way. Baines and Co now. We're in a pretty commanding position in round number 1, by the way. That one did get thrown down the Swanee, so let's see if they can hold it this time round. As I said, it's just more outplay potential for VYE to try and work with. Without it causing any offense to them, it's just hard to match, you know, Nasha for Nasha against this Maradona squad. So if you can try and do something else, try and outsmart them, that's where you can try and win the play. But Baines, my goodness. I thought they turned down the movement speed.
He's playing on his own tuning, it seems like. His Pains, he doesn't care. He'll continue to go fast. That was lovely. You're really the master of that pinball bounce, right? I mentioned that word to describe kind of like montage wall bouncing, ineffective showmanship movement, but honestly, Pains, he makes it work, and he looks flashy in the process.
He does. Maradona backing on down here. Nothing flashy about the end of this round by the looks of things. 5 seconds now, and I mean, VYE just are not close enough to it. Irrelevant of how that fight could have went for them over towards B. Maradona 1 apiece now.
Yeah, answering back quickly. And, you know, around about the time you mentioned, Chris, VYE were able to come back in the last round despite a significant score deficit. They were actually able to take back control of bunker pretty well, or at least get back onto their side of up top. Usually it can be a very difficult job getting up that hill, that steep hill with no cover, no man's land, if you will. But VYE were able to do that a number of times already here in bunker, and just winning those shotgun fights afterwards, right? They did the hard bit, but when Maradona are playing as well as they are, especially Pains, again, 11 kills now, 5 kills in that previous round. It just keeps building up and up and up. Really, Maradona seem like they are too on fire. Pains just running at people.
I mean, that's what he does, doesn't he? he just in general just runs at people. Nestix should no, surely not. Oh God!
Wow.
Oh, that's tough.
Yeah, he'll be kicking himself that he didn't shoot that instead of the knife.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Nestix has performed so well in this game. You know, he really has been trying to go toe to toe. But in that case, just not necessarily making the right decision and gets punished for it now. Maradona in a good spot here. Warrior Guns is running into a ball top that Marco just isn't missing with. Warrior should be dead and is. Now maybe the push is going to come through. Marco is going to drop down on the A side of things, but the rest of his team are there to rotate as they've won the gunfights across the map. So What can Vision do here? I tell you what, if he could have got a couple of kills in and around top bunker, maybe they could have got something going, but Maradona very much dominant across the map here. So it's just far too easy for them.
It's really been the storyline, to be honest. Them just holding down the mid line of the map. Whenever a VYE player steps across that line, Maradona just swarmed them, picking up the kills immediately and thus maintaining map control. So VYE really are just trapped on their third, it seems like, constantly. Payne's picking up Vision there again. I've said it before, he's the icebreaker, always getting that first kill, giving his team that numbers advantage that then the team can start leveraging and looking for points or triple caps. Can they find this last kill? The pinch comes through. Paynes has to be careful. Ricardo will close the gap. Will not find the second, though. Crisis will see that one out. Turns towards the 1B here at the B hill. Marco with the back A will find him. With that score lead, with bunker control, with the double cap, this should be Maradona's round.
Should be now. 10 seconds. Nobody close enough. It's not close enough whatsoever. This will be Maradona's round. That will be 2-1 now. Vision will get one on Crisis at least, and VYE now go behind. Tough here for VYE. Just can't seem to find those initial kills. They lose control, and all of a sudden it's a tough place to be. 14 kills for Paynes. He's slowed down.
Yeah, he slowed down a little bit. Still going at the speed of light in terms of competitive player stats, competitive gear stats. Honestly, you know, when some players come in, some ranked players, some individuals who are not used to high-level competitive play, they'll look at, say, 14 kills. They're like, yeah, sorry, I get 50 in my games. Yeah, but would you be able to get 50 against these players at this level of play? In escalation, it's a feat in of itself to get above 20 kills, really, within 5 rounds. And just makes it look easy.
I mean, he's on fire and dead in a minute.
Yeah, he's on fire, though.
What can the rest of his team do in his absence, though? Can they get something going here over towards B? Not quite, as Marco is going to go down. So a better start by VYE, but the overextension has come through. Answers plays that role so well, but also causes problems when it comes to these 1v1 fights. I'm going to go down this time round, but stemmed the bleeding just a tad. Warrior Guns now making this push over towards A. They want to go for the trip cack as quick as possible, but Paynes is there to shut that down as quick as possible.
Good job. Good job from Maradona here to quickly get back from A. Now, Vision just lurking over at this B point. I'm sure Crisis is aware there's someone in there. Flashbang in, or no, maybe not. He's up H straight into him without his shotgun even being readied. Marco's going to fall. Could this be the time for VYE to get a triple cap and get back into the round? Paynes wins his 1B up top, still fighting his way.
Let's see.
Lovely
Overextension. Yeah, really nice flash. Should find the kill as well. Does so. The overextension at C will keep Maradona in this round for a little bit. Crisis is going to find the feat of Visions there. And all of a sudden, A is in their hands. Going to extend back to B. Not quite going to be a trip cap coming in as Bouncers is just not able to contest it. C should just about get away. But Maradona, win condition belongs to them. 70 seconds or so. We'll get it done. 3-1 lead would be a strong one for them.
Certainly so. 1 minute left, though. So I'm going to try and hold on to 2. They've lost up top control. For now, VYE do still have the lead. Incen picked up. Little Bounces returning. Up top. Oh my god. Paynes again. Just lighting up the kill feed first. After some slowed down gameplay. Double for him. Looking for the flank. It could be a triple cap coming up, honestly. Yeah, everyone will win their 1Bs. That's 4 down for VYE. Bounces already overextending on the C hill. And just like that, Maradona win yet again another round.
Looking solid. 3-1 now. Now, you know what? That wasn't a bad start by VYE by any stretch of the imagination either. They were in a decent spot and maybe got a little bit greedy with the push through. 20 kills for Paynes within the 4 rounds. He's slipping. He's slipping. It's not quite the around 6 average that we're looking for.
Yeah. He is a little bit. 20 kills in 4 rounds. It's just nuts. The thing is, right, it's the quality of the kills as well. It's either a double kill or a kill, literally an icebreaker kill as I describe it, as lighting up the game when it's a 4v4, nothing really happening, and then just turning his team into an offensive play. Always somehow finds the kills, and he is certainly a player that can do that time and time again, aggressively and with speed, without faltering.
Yep. And I think, I mean, this is if they do make it, obviously, to that grand final, which is looking more and more likely as time goes on. They're going to need to step it up another level if they're going to take down whoever is going to be there. I mean, our presumption is it's going to be Black Hawk Down. I'll be interested to see how that game is going. Themselves against Elegance.
Yep, you and me both. I think, judging from how fast this semi-final has gone, though, we're probably a little bit ahead of them. But doubt it's come to a close just yet.
Maradona in control here, have the lead, which will continue to extend. That's twice. Pains is dropped without finding much, I think. And now the push can start to come through if you're VYE. You get rid of Pains and you sort of say, well, okay, let's see what we can do. Well, what you can do is wipe Crisis and Marco off the map as well, so overextension towards F, coming on through. Big fight going over towards D, though, and if you're a Maradona fan, you need to see that go their way. It's actually going to be Bounces. He is going to win that fight. He's going to be able to stop this domination coming on through, but what can the rest of his team do on the other side of the map? Flash coming on through here now. Ricardo and Co are going to have to try and lock this down. Good shots onto Crisis, but even better from Marco onto him, and Crisis will clean it up. Maradona hold on, thankfully. Bounces, making the smart plays once again, and that's the sort of plays I like to see out Maradona. It's not just necessarily about the cracked, talented, absolutely ridiculous wall bouncing and the aggression coming out of this team. They got the smarts too, and Bounces has held onto this on his own for quite some time now. He is going to go down, but he kept D for a long, long time for Maradona there. Win condition belongs to them still as Pains finds another. 22.
Yeah, I agree entirely with you. I think Maradona, the secret as well, is that not the purely good at slaying just as Pains is, but they have great teamwork as well. They really have just come out of nowhere and shocked a lot of teams in Europe because they were not this successful previously. But now they are really just hitting everything perfectly. They're nailing the individual skill. Their rotations are on point. The triple caps are evident. And Pains is still getting kills on the board. 25 kills on our screen. And this will be yet again another Italian round. And Pains is literally... Go on, do it again. No, almost got another one. Pains is absurd. Honestly, Chris, at this point in time, he could be the best player in Europe. He is a player that's continued playing this game since the Pro League. And I think it's showing in his form.
He's looking very good. He's looking very, very good at this moment in time. Been told the other semi-final hasn't even started yet.
Wow.
I mean, if they want to give it 5 minutes.
That pick and ban
I'd
process.
imagine yeah. I was going to say, I'd imagine they'll be starting very, very shortly at least. Drop shot. That's now been placed by VYE. Something different needs to happen.
All right, let's do this. Let's go.
I think so. Question is, what do you even do at this point in time? All right, you just keep losing shotgun fight after shotgun fight. You need to make sure that Pains doesn't go off each and every time. I'm not sure if you can contain him. Big incend from both teams. Did find one.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem though. When you put the drop shot down, you've been losing initials. It just means that little bit more, doesn't it? Marco now with drop shot, control of up top. Bounces coming back to help out his team as they recuperate probably for one final push over towards this F side now. VYE hanging on here now a little bit, you feel. Pains is like, no, don't end it so quick. More kills. May well get his chance though. His vision looking to maybe overextend over towards D here, but yeah, once again they're there. Ready and waiting. Pains going to go down up top. He not quite being captured yet by VYE, but they've got support from down low. Crisis is going to find a kill though onto Ricardo, and all of a sudden the push needs to come through here from VYE. I like this from the lower side of bunker. They will get a hold of it, but that's the problem. Marco still has that drop shot. Finds two, but Warrior Guns will answer back and trade that out. And they will get a hold of E, but for how long? With Pains now up, Maradona trying to make this push back. Warrior Guns isn't a bad spot here. Pains now putting the Pain down. Another kill in his favour. Plenty of shots coming on through though.
Not sure if he intended to drop the meat shield like that. It actually cost him his life. That Ricardo able to pick up that kill and find the second and keep control of E as a result. And VYE do have the win condition now. The drop shot will spawn up there too. So honestly, opportunity VYE right now to get around on the board. Can Maradona get back into it?
Not a bad spot for VYE to be in here. That's all. And surely that drop shot's going to be coming up in a second as well. And that's why Maradona pushed right through the middle of the map, and they're coming from underneath as well. Crisis going to find one. That's this Pain's vision. He's not able to trade one out for his teammate there. That could be the round. Maradona will get a hold of it. Drop shot will be up in a second as well. There it is.
Oh no. So sad, honestly, for VYE. Immediately, map controls ripped off them, and then drop shot spawns right away. Now Maradona are able to...
Yeah, they've got a hold of D here. Not long left. Pains is going to find vision here. 29 kills to his name, but they need to get going. It's a swarm win condition of 10 seconds. They need to find Ricardo. They are going to find Ricardo. Is there anybody overextending over towards E? I don't know if 2 will just be enough here, as Mystiques has won the fight on the other side of things. That should be it for VYE. They should be able to lock this one in. Yeah, they've done it. Mystiques holds on the other side of the map. It's a swarm victory. VYE still in this.
Fair play to Mystiques. Well played from him. Just as we saw Maradona kind of sweep up top by the click of a finger, he was clutching up on that home hill. Well played to him. Well played indeed. The potential again from this individual is shown in spades. But now, they need to keep it up. 3 rounds in a row for VYE to try and force it to a map number 3. Drop shot though. You are right, you touched upon it. That being there, it causes problems for VYE if they can't possibly continue to be successful and the team fights for it. Maradona are still having their way on these initials, and Pains will still continue to be aggressive.
Marsh wants us to stream that other game.
It seems
VYE
like it.
Yeah, I mean, VYE are prolonging this one a little bit. We may well get the other semi-final at this rate. Pains and Cope making the push through.
Glorious.
Yeah, it's just too easy for them, isn't it? 31 kills in 6 rounds so far. Well, this being the 7th.
Yeah, Pains just glides around the map, bouncing on almost every cover he sees, it seems like, and it's just so functional. It's not only form. And he's really having his way now. Here he is back on our screen. Crisis this time, the man to get the double. FL being broken. Ricardo's in their sight lines. Crisis with the triple, essentially, and Warrior Guns all on his own in no man's land. Triple cap opportunity now for Maradona.
Yeah, Warrior Guns just trying to play the sneaky game, but I think he must have been spotted. In fairness, they have to deal with him. So it's maybe not the worst player, but Crisis continues. That's 4 in a row from him now. Flash out, looking for the 5th. May well get it. Mystiques is injured. A little bit red, and there's number 5 of this life. Maradona. Not quite gonna find it, but they will in the end. Number 5 of the game. 5-2. After a 5-0 win on Asylum. A very, very convincing map number 2 from Maradona once again. Crisis this time around taking the MVP, but once again, Pains very much at the top of that leaderboard in terms of kills. 16 assists for Crisis. Oh, maybe Pains was just stealing them all. That's what he's been doing.
31.
What a performance.
31 kills. He did beat it. He did actually beat it.
More rounds though, in fairness.
More rounds, yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah,
That's
more
a good
rounds,
point.
in fairness.
Not that many more, but yeah.
No, not that many. Not that many, but there you go. I mean, a really good performance by Maradona. They will find themselves in the grand final now. Who that is going to be against, we don't quite know yet. I do believe we're probably going to try and get in the second game. We're going to, either way, we would have had to wait, so we will go into it. We're going to go for a very, very quick break. We're going to try and get in this other semi-final. If we don't, you'll see us for the final. See you for whatever comes next. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the EGL Open Series, split number 2, week number 3, and the Seki semi-final. I mean, we didn't think we'd be watching this because we thought this would be going on simultaneously at the same time as the other one, but for some reason it wasn't. And Black Hawk down against Elegance is what we have on our hands now. It's 2-0 in Black Hawk down on Bunker. This is map number 1, and this should be a good game, Toby, in fairness. I mean, Black Hawk down, they struggled through in that quarterfinal, but did eventually get the job done. I wonder if it was potentially a regain needed after nearly losing that game against the former Elevator. That would have been a surprise considering how much that team have not been playing and how much Black Hawk Down have been dominating. But either way, here they are in the semi-finals looking to set up another date with Maradona in the grand final.
Absolutely so. Sarkster and his teammate TJ trying to make a play up top here. Dragons, though, flanking round with the Retro Lancer. TJ able... just about to get the down, but not able to clean up. Still, the shotgun fights do continue, though, and Marsh was having an absolute field day earlier on Forge. He's playing very well himself. But Cougars answers back here, literally back and forth, as we kick off this first number semi-final, rather round number 3, we should say, as we get into the game for the first time on broadcast. But, I mean, yeah, Chris, it's a good storyline we have here, actually. It's kind of like the old school champs versus the new school, right? Elegance were the victors of split number 1. They came into split number 2 on top with the trophy in hand. But then Maradona came along, then Black Hawk Down have now come along, and they're kind of the team to beat, and the favourites to go on and win this week also. And Elegance are still trying to, prove that they can fight for that top spot. And Black Hawk Down are trying to rip it away from them. Boy, have they looked dominant these weeks past.
It's looking good for them, and when you got somebody like Dragons on your team, the players can just sort of unfold themselves. But I mean, it's just a good squad all around, isn't it? And Black Hawk Down looking good in round number 3 here. Elegance do have a hold of B. Not really many players around, just about to secure it, but they do actually have a little bit of presence around Bunker at least. Breaker now going to try and get his home hill back. TJ and Co trying to do something up top. It's going to have to be something quite miraculous here, though. Nobody even around C with 10 seconds to go, although that time is going to get cut down to 15, so maybe a push for Elegance could come through here. They're over towards C, but they've lost the fight over towards B. Black Hawk Down. Should be able to lock B in. They only need to hold on to it for 5 seconds here, but there's plenty of members of Elegance converging around them, but now it's going to be concentration over towards the other side, and no, it's not, because Black Hawk Down are going to get it done 3-0 now. I think they probably would have held that anyway had they lost B. And players moving over towards C, it would have been a 1v2 over there as well.
I think so, yeah. There was a significant score lead built up for Black Hawk Down, and their spawns were great. They weren't really under too much pressure across the board. And honestly, I think they're more so warmed up than deflated with, or stressed with how close it was with their previous matchup. Yes, they've had a little bit of a break from that previous quarterfinal. We've only just got started, but no, I think it's great prep, honestly, for a great team in the form of Elegance. All right, as mentioned, champions of last split. But it's nice to see Elegance themselves, right, get back to the semi-final after having a disappointing matchup last week. For those who missed it, they were able to take down Chomp Chomp in this week in their matchup, their quarterfinal, to get to this point, and they lost to them previously on week number 2, so they've got revenge. They're still here.
I suppose this week they got a best out of 3 against them, though, didn't they? I think that.
Good point. Yeah,
helps, I think.
That's a fair point.
I think if you're playing the best out of 1, it could happen to anybody really. You have a bad map and all of a sudden you're out. I think that might be the case for Elegance. Chomp Chomp's still a solid squad, but Elegance very much a team would probably expect to win that one. But Marsh is going to get traded out here. They look to try and set themselves into another grand final here. Elegance. The last time they won was week number 1. It was the first time we see Maradona come into the fray. Black Hawk Down really have been the team to beat since then, though. Elegance looking to try and get on the board here, but beat currently looking like it's going to go over towards Black Hawk Down. That'd be a win condition with them, albeit some distance away. Breaker on coat. It's a big push here, and everybody's over towards B. Fire coming in from Black Hawk Down. It's going to be Dragons up top, causing issues, just buttering them up before they get to the rest of the team here. Really well played. It's only going to be one trade now, and that's going to be Saki. Everybody else dropping on down, although DJ was there as well. Saki eventually Should go down, yeah. I mean, he's stayed alive for some time. Eventually, they get rid of him. The domination ticket on through. Nobody there for Elegance in time. That is going to be 4-0. Convincing stuff from Black Hawk Down so far.
It most certainly is more domination from them in this week. It but seems wasn't domination in their previous game, of course, against ex-champs, but no, they're looking just as formidable. I think it's safe to say here in this first map against Elegance. They really are just taking on their stride. They never really seems like they're close to losing, right? They really are pacing the game to their liking. They've got triple caps, they've got points. Everything is going well for them. And, you know, at this point you have to kind of feel for Elegance a little bit because, you know, they really have gone from the very top and then to the second split. They had the first team come out of nowhere in the form of Maradona. Very deflating loss, I think it's safe to say. There's a lot of Twitter action following from all players involved that they had started losing, that they lost to a team that they previously didn't respect all that much. And Black Hawk Down come along. And the competition has ramped up massively so quickly for Elegance that perhaps it's just felt like things have just been ripped away from them in a moment's notice as soon as they took the foot off the gas for just a moment.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the majority of Elegance, obviously it's a lot of players who were in and around that Obey era. You know, they did struggle in the Pro League when the top teams were really firing. You know, you want to give them all credit though. I mean, they performed very, very well when nobody else was around. They were here, still sticking around the scene and doing really good work. And you know, they got themselves a win over Morningstar, which I mean, that probably wasn't expected in those finals. And maybe, you know, as time goes on, things will get a little bit better for the squad. Right now, it's not looking great. Map number 1 of this semi-final. 1-0 to Black Hawk Down, although, saying that, Dragons and Cougars are going to go down. Elegance could quite easily get on the board here. Dragons has overextended though, so that's going to be prolonged, potentially. Sarky putting a lot of bullets in. Trying to be the gatekeeper for each team. Is he going to be able to capture D? Not quite. This domination should tick through. Dragons are going to have to get moving. Are they going to get there in time? Just about. TJ. Can he find a kill here? Not quite. Dragons are going to find one. The smoke has just caused so many problems, and they will get a hold of F. They will survive. For how long here, Toby? 65 point difference. The Black Hawk Down to try and make up. Yep.
30 seconds if things did stay the same, but I highly doubt it at this point. Sarky surely is going to be taken down underneath, very weak. In fact, no one's pushed him. But Black Hawk Down have moved across the top. Marsh caught out a little bit there. TJ to his left. Doesn't matter though. Nice back A from him onto Breaker. And Strikers saving the day for his teammate. Marsh still alive. Overextended to D-Hill. Sarkster though saving the day for a potential triple by overextending to the opposite side.
Yep. Sarky's good at that. Making sure that his team are not going to be out of the round, giving them the opportune moment to try and get a hold of something right now. They're in a good spot. 20 points away, so 20 seconds away if they hold this one cap. Striker's trying to push here though. Marsh needs a little bit of help potentially. Breaker trying his best to just try and put that time down, but looking over towards F. That fight has been won by TJ, which should be enough for the Elegance squad. Are they going to be able to keep a hold of that though? Right now, they're still getting points on that fight though. Which way is it going to go on the other side? They need to get something here, potentially. Not going to happen. Elegance get themselves on the board 4-1.
A team that has previously had many reverse sweeps occur for and to them. I wonder, can they do it today? On map number 1 against Black Hawk Down. What do you think, Chris? Do you think we'll be in for another reverse sweep this week?
I'm going to say no, but at the same time, that was well played by Elegance. I think, you know, it's just those overextensions that come through. Just constantly on them, and it's so annoying on this map, isn't it? There's so many different routes that you can take. Plenty of cover to get those routes as well, and just an issue of trying to shut that one down. Trying to shut these players like Sarky, who's going to be sneaky, who are going to make breaks through. But Elegance had a strong lead throughout most of that round, and That's ultimately what led to them winning that round. Martian Strikers gonna drop here, though. It's another good start by Elegance.
No, it's not. I mean, Retro picked up though. What, another kill? Incense coming through. Cougars will find his demise for now. Now Elegance, they're a lot better. Oftentimes I feel playing the slow game. That's kind of their bread and butter, usually. And it would be probably a good choice, actually, against Black Hawk Down. This map could actually favour them here a little bit. If they can just hold on to the up-top control, the second half might prove to be a lot more fruitful, just as it is for Asylum of old with this very same roster.
Maybe could get something going here, Toby. Get the push through as well. You got to get rid of dragons there, surely. You do in the end. Strikers in Marsh, though. Trying to answer back. Marsh finds one. Oh, I mean, how has that ended up on a down?
The shotgunner from Marsh. As always, stellar. So great to see him back on action in this game. And, you know, we were talking about changing champions, trophies changing hands and stuff. It's across the board, really, the activity that's ramped up in Europe. That might be a testament to that. Everyone is scrimming constantly now on this game. The switch to 4v4 too. It certainly has ramped up the number of scrims as you have less players needing to get online to get the match going.
I mean, that's Cougars picking up 2 all on his own. But once again, it's the overextension coming in. FD is really where Elegance have dominated their game. In these past 2 rounds, Black Hawk Down need a domination here, pretty much. Gonna get rid of one. Is anybody close enough to do anything about F? Not quite. Oh, TJ's played this so well. Oh, lovely play from TJ. Doesn't matter what happens on the other side of the map now. My goodness. He hasn't even shot his gun and that was impressive. 4-2. What have you got to say about that, Toby?
I'm taking it in a little bit, actually. I keep moving it around in my mind. Can I see Elegance? Can I see Elegance coming back here? Can I see it? Pondering upon myself. 4-2 still, and they still need to win 3 rounds in a row. They've done 2. Once they get over that 1 more round mark, as I've said before, anything's possible. So over halfway. Weapons not changed too much. Nothing too crazy from either team. And Elegance are starting to win initials and significant team fights. They're usually better on the second half of maps where the E-Hill goes up to a very high point, map control.
Yeah, let's see if they can maybe change things around, yeah. Can they adapt to the different side, of course, but for your Black Hawk Down, you need to change something up here. You now been hotly contested. Neither team wants to make the move. Strikers, though, yeah, this could be the straw that breaks the camel's back, so to speak. Slaps is now going to have to back on down. He is here with help from his teammate. Dragons is going to find the kill as well. Strikers gets away. Dragons is behind them and causing all sorts of problems. Finds 2. And that opens things up now for Black Hawk Down, but they have a constant. Somebody from Elegance is always overextending. Next time it will be Breaker. I think the thing is here for Black Hawk Down, I mean, look, your gameplay is move together and, you know, very much take the fights in the middle of the map. If somebody slips by, that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, they do need to just get team wipes. Honestly, that's kind of their game style, and I think Bunker is a map that kind of favors Elegance a little bit more in trying to survive those triple caps with how it, you know, spread out it can be, how the overextensions can work. And Saki, he's been excellent at actually making that happen, right? Ensuring triple caps do not come through. Elegance just keep holding on and building up those points eventually.
It's just looking so good for them, isn't it? Can they keep it going though? This moment in time, Black Hawk Down do have that win condition. Got a sizable lead. And this will close it out 5-2 if they can hold on, but this is good from Saki, just putting the points in where he can. Nobody here from Black Hawk Down to combat against it. Although you say that, there's 3 of them just there, and they can't really do anything about this. It's going to be traded away, so 1 win condition.
Incense picked up for Cougars. Pushed across with Marsh, he's picked up 1. Breaker answers back though. Win condition for them, oh no, TJ finds the team kill. Saki will fall. Striker's picking that one up. TJ running in. He's going to fall too. E-Hill is going to go back the way of Black Hawk Down. That's a win condition for them coming on through. Now is it just, 20 seconds on the clock. No one is close to the E-Hill just yet for Elegance. This is their moment to try and stay in this first map.
Yep. Can't just hold on to the one this time round. They've done so well to get it to 4-2, but Black Hawk Down now should be able to close this one out. Just a few more seconds. The fight over towards F is going to be important, though. I'm surprised more bodies hadn't been put there by Black Hawk Down, but it is going to go in the right direction. This time round, Black Hawk Down get it done. 5-2 in the end. A little bit of a struggle towards the end after a 4-0 lead was found very, very quickly, but there you go. They get it done in round number 7. 5-2, 1-0 up in the semi-final.
No surprise that. Dragons MVP in-game. Curious to see how the kills are looking for both sides. Yeah, I mean, fairly balanced, actually, considering the scoreline in the end. The differential. But,
yeah.
No, I mean, fair play to Elegance for getting those 2 rounds on the end of the map. Honestly, from how it was playing out, how quick the rounds were moving, right? We even jumped in on round number 3, in fact, after a very quick 2-round build-up. I wouldn't have been surprised if we saw a 5-0, but no, shout out to Elegance for keeping it together, and I think that's going to put them in a better position now going into map number 2.
It should do. You know, I think they were just causing problems in the sense of, you know, those overextensions, those pushes around players like Saki and Breaker just getting run behind and causing issues in that sense. I mean, the TJ play in and around the bunker over towards D was quite inspired, actually. I did enjoy it. It was really nice from him. But, you know, players like that, where it doesn't come down to your gun skill, it just comes down to smarts. They've been very, very good in that sense, Elegance, but getting blown away on the odd occasion when it comes to these initials. You need players like Slaps and TJ to really go off for your team if you want to go toe-to-toe with Black Hawk Down in that sense. And didn't work out for them for the most part. In the end, 5-2, and we are going to go into map number 2, and they will try and battle it out to see who's going to come out on top and who's going to go up against the other side of things, of course, in Maradona. That should be an interesting final nonetheless. We are going to be heading over towards Kvasgar in just a second, but do you have much hope here for Elegance? It's another map where, you know, it is about those rotations. It can really come down to who plays a little bit smarter, but ultimately you need to be winning your gunfights as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably a good map actually for Elegance in the grand scheme of things. They've had some great games on this recently. In fact, Vasgar was in the grand final between them and MX back on the split number 1, and they did a very good job back on that map too. I think with how Black Hawk Down have been playing recently, though, you have to kind of think about their games. They've had a really good game on Vasgar themselves. They try to be as aggressive and fast as possible on a lot of these maps, and I think going kind of the more open, the more spacious maps like Vasgar and Bunker, in theory, does actually work well for Elegance. But you know, seeing it through at the end of the day is a different kettle of fish altogether.
Yeah. That is the case, and it's very much the case. But let's see if they can see it through. We'll be loading into Vasgar in just a second. Let us know in the chat who you think is going to take this one, of course, and go up against Maradona. Nice to see plenty of you hanging out and staying active in here. Everyone having a nice little chat on this Sunday evening. I wish I could just sit back and watch with a beer. You know, I can't really do that when I'm commentating.
like me last week, actually watching Black Hawk Down do some incredible stuff.
There you go.
I was just my mouth was just open the entire time watching the games.
They looked. I think that's why the surprise came through, that, you know, they went and had such a tough game against that former Elevate squad, because realistically they looked insane last week. They looked so good, and we were just expecting an unpracticed former Elevate to come in and not necessarily get blown away, but, you know, I was expecting Black Hawk Down to be relatively comfortable, in fairness. You know, the practice hasn't necessarily been there, reportedly, from the X-Elevate squad, but it really didn't look like it. Black Hawk Down just... I mean, it wasn't even like they necessarily struggle to keep up. It was just a very good game between those two, and I'm super interested to see how things do continue as the time does go on. We've got 7 more weeks of the Open Series left to go, and then of course the finals. And is that going to be enough time for the former Elevate squad to make sure they are caught up with this Black Hawk Down squad? And well, by the looks of things, they should be, realistically, if this is their first week.
I think so. Honestly,
Yeah.
I wouldn't have been surprised. I think you and me both, right? That matchup, we wouldn't have been surprised with a 2-0 loss.
Yeah, 2-0, something like 5-2, 5-3, both maps was kind of what I was gauging that we were going to see. I think that was probably fair, to be honest with you. But yeah, a really good performance from the ex-Elevate squad. I'm interested to see how they do get on as the weeks go on, but I do believe we are loading in the game. Vasgar is coming up, and for a spot in the grand finals for Black Hawk Down, if they go on to win this one. But of course, Elegance have got to win 2 more now to get back into this game. And this one is, it's been nice to get 4 games under our belt tonight, Toby, obviously. It usually would be the 3, 1 quarter, 1 semi, 1 final, of course, but this game took so long to get started for some reason, so we were like, hey, screw it, let's just jump in.
Yeah, hold it there. Let's get involved, and yeah, in the end, it's been great. Bunker again could have been a 5-0. It wasn't. Elegance have showed signs of life for sure. Question is, can they bring it back on Vasgar?
It's going to be difficult. Let's see if they can get it going though. Can they bring it back here on Vasgar? If it's going to be any map, it wouldn't surprise me if it's Vasgar.
Yep, you and me both. I think it's not a safe bet by any stretch of the imagination for Elegance, but I don't think it's a bad pick. I don't think anyone can really say that. But
no, it's not a bad pick, no.
Yeah, Marsh on our screen. Getting the flashes out already. His teammate is helping him with a nice pinch. TJ and Slaps will fall quite handily over on the B side. Elegance opting for a slower setup over on the A side, of course, and Dragons is not having any of it. Immediately looking for the pinch. Lancer firing already on both spots. He'll start capping or breaking the hill. But he's pinched himself. Sarkta and Co need to push on forward. They need to start getting the pressure off themselves. Thankfully, TJ has found Dragons very quickly, and a triple cap has been stopped.
Just about. Black Hawk Down, getting very, very aggressive here. Trying to get a hold of C. Marsh just lingering around, trying to make the right call on what to do. Looks like Elegance are going to back on down, as C should go over towards Black Hawk Down, although the fight is just about going in the way of Elegance, and I think that's where Marsh is, going to make the decision to make his way over towards A. Dragons is going to back on down. But it's going to be a foot race. Who can get there quicker? Elegance, can they converge back over towards A quickly? Can TJ slow down Marsh? Here come the rest of the team though. TJ is going to have to be pushed out. Well played by him to back on down. Makes the right decision in that sense. And now Black Hawk Down. Win condition will go up to them when they do get a hold of A. TJ's done well to find one though. Can he find a second? Not quite. He goes down, but gunfights across the board seem to be going 50-50. Ultimately, there's Black Hawk Down who come out on top, but very close first round.
It is hard fought for both teams here. Black Hawk Down have been operating on the home hill for what seems like the entirety of the round. Marsh is still going. Great shots. TJ does save the day though. BHD are edging a little bit now in the scoreline thanks to that aggressive play from them. Breaker's going to get pinched here, I think. Yeah, someone's behind him on that tank. He's going to be taken down very quickly indeed. And once more, Elegance are just forced back onto their side of the map. Not able to break away, and that's problematic. Black Hawk Down, 20 seconds to win in this first round.
Looking good for them now. Can TJ and Co get the break here though? Even if they do, they'll need a little bit more. Looking over towards B. There is presence from Elegance making its way over there. B's now being decapped. TJ's winning the fight over here. Domination surely going to tick in very shortly for Elegance. It seems that way. Fight needs to be won somewhere by Black Hawk Down. Cougars is going to go in towards A, and he will keep himself alive. That's going to allow the rest of the team to come off spawn, and C is going to be in their sights. But Cougars is going to win it against Breaker. Took his time, picked these shots. That should surely be the round now. So on-win condition is 12 seconds. Strikers trying to get moving here over towards C to just secure that one, but Cougars is all on his own 6 seconds, but the rest of the team are surely going to be coming off respawn. He's waiting for them as well. Cougars has played this so well. And Black Hawk Down get it done 1-0.
Can't believe it. That's crazy. That is the best, strongest shot hold I've ever seen from Cougars there. That is actually crazy how he survived that. I thought, you know what? He's just delaying his life. He's going to get taken down, but he's done a good job of delaying his death, basically, you know. And somehow he just holds his shot and walks what seems like 10 meters to Breaker and gets that shot hold and saves the round. My goodness me. And the chat feel the same way as me. It seems like that was a hell of a save from Cougars. Well played from him. Well played.
Okay, people, let's move
Do you like shot holding, Chris, or as some players call it, bot walking?
I liked it in that instance, at least, anyway. I'm not sure Breaker's that keen. Oh, God.
No, that was very skilled from him, for sure. Despite what some people call it, you know, bot walking, it's you might look like a bot at times, but right there, you certainly did not look like a bot from Cougars. The timing and smarts was impeccable. Well played from him. 1-0 to Black Hawk Down.
It was a long, drawn-out round, though, wasn't it? Showing that it's not going to be an easy game against Elegance here on Vascott. Bit of a stalemate now as A and B in the hands of Black Hawk Down. It's 2-2 split. Fight over towards B seems to be where it's going down anywhere, in and around the tank. TJ is going to be the first one to go down there, and Slaps is able to answer back. I'm curious to see which way that one goes, but on this side of things, everyone's just running to the ball talk of Cougars. Push over towards C is going to come in. Nobody there at B either. This may well be a domination. TJ should be able to get that. Managed to throw the flash in time. He is going to be able to get in, but he will probably go down and does so. What way is the other fight's going to go? Slaps not quite able to get in. Surely this is domination taken in here. They are just about able to get their Elegance. But they've got to survive after that as well, and that is the problem. Black Hawk Town 2-0.
Yeah, just like that. Momentum swings their way a little bit. Breaker. 0 kills, Slaps 3, 3, 7. PhD starting to slay a little bit now. Evidently, as can be seen in the scoreline. Expect similar, I think, weapon placement at this point in time. Retros on either side. Yeah, nothing crazy from either team. I mean, we've seen a drop shot, though, I have to mention it, between, from both of these teams on different occasions. Over towards where the E-hill is. In the second half. Wouldn't be surprised if we see something like that actually today, Chris, between these two teams.
No.
From either roster, really.
I think you're more likely to see from Black Hawk Down. I suppose if you're that way inclined, you would rather, you don't force these big fights. That's where Black Hawk Down will feel they do have one over on Elegance. This time around, they do have B and C once again. Just a little bit easier of a take on the Swarm Spawn side of things, would you think? Get a hold of C, get a hold of B. It's an easier lock-in.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of Vasco, right? The asymmetry means it can just be a circuit around the map sometimes. As both teams try to out-rotate the other. But look at this. Elegance playing a little bit better now. If they pick up one, the B hill is secure. A hill secure. Or I should say C, in fact, right in front of the spawn. Now the B hill's being captured. Breaker's there with the retro. Big 1v for him.
Yeah, it is a big 1v1. This is to win the round. He can stay alive when he does so. He's going to find Cougars this time, but needs to find the second as well. What the rest of the team doing? They're just about getting in, but Breaker has done so well to survive this long. Still ticking. They need something to get going in his direction. I mean, he could have just stayed in there, but he will get it this time round. What's going on towards C? Well, looks like Black Hawk Down are not winning any gunfights over there either, and that's a domination coming through for Elegance.
Well played, K Breaker. 3 in a row there. Nicely done. I'm pretty sure he even double meleeed the speed of light there. I'm not sure if my feed was lagging there for a moment, but it seemed like he just double whacked the player at the end there, the second kill. That was really nice from him if he did. Knife, D-pad, press, knife, all in one go. Very nice. 3 kills. 1 on the board for Elegance. They went cleanly on either side of the map. Incense? Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Oh, actually, no. We'll forego that and choose to have an extra Boltok, perhaps over on the B side. Interesting.
Blackhawk Down still with the lead, but Elegance looked good in that previous. Plus in the final round and a half, if you like. So things will change around. Link B is going to go over towards Elegance. As we do kick things off, but Blackhawk Down, A and C in their hands now. Blackhawk Down just seem to always have the better start in terms of getting control. They didn't really make it work last time round, but nearly every single round they've started with a 2-cap.
I think sometimes Elegance as a team can be a bit more hesitant. And that's not what I'd use to describe any of the other top teams. Maradona, Blackhawk Down. Even VYE. Strikers. Big shot can fight. TJ holds his nerve though. And B hill. Cap. TJ still fighting. Marsh shot hold for him. TJ's knife will not come through. Marsh just about taking that one. And A hill will be maintained.
Give him a hold of it. Taking that one in now. Good play by Blackhawk Down. That's a 65-second win condition, but look at this surge of players from Elegance coming in over towards A. Just keep an eye on Strikers. It wouldn't surprise me if he overextends over towards C. That's why he's not helping his team out here. He's trusting them to hold this 3v4. Although it is just 3v3. TJ's going to open things up, but he will get dropped himself. Push now going to come through. They get him back up without reply. Saki's going to go down, but Breaker will find the down on the Dragons. It's a nice push from Elegance. They're going to get a hold of A now, but look at Strikers overextending, looking towards C. TJ aware of what's going on. Big fight here, although players from Elegance should be here to help in a second. Oh, Strikers. No. Okay, that didn't go as planned.
No, but good call though, honestly, Chris.
Oh, yeah, right call, yep.
From on Strikers actually overextending there. TJ, good from him to have the idea to turn around. As it stands though, you know, Blackhawk Down, they do have the win condition on just 1. So they're in a potentially decent position here to get themselves back into it. As they pick up Breaker on one side, TJ's going to get dropped as well as Dragon stretches his legs a little bit on the C side of the map, and yeah, they'll break C as well. Problematic times for Elegance now. Slaps, a little bit of trouble too.
Yeah, bad spot. Slaps is going to be able to find a kill though. Breaker's going to stop this one. He needs to stop it, and then some as Blackhawk Down are only 2 seconds away. 3-1 now. Looking very solid for Blackhawk Down on this map. Although they are elongated rounds, it's not coming easy to them at all.
No.
Time. And obviously things are going to switch around now. This is going to help Elegance out here.
Anything crazy now? Is the time for a drop shot now? I'd love to see a weapon in the center. That would be pretty crazy. But I don't think we're going to see a major drop shot or boom shot or the power weapon there. I think that's like the one thing we've not seen here on the classic map cycle of Gears 5 is a placed weapon there. The big one. And anyway, second half.
Blackhawk Down now. Not going to make this push over towards F. It is, this time round, going to be, well, 3v3. Getting down and dirty towards the tank once again. Good shots from TJ to try and clean things up. Yeah, maybe gets a little bit overzealous with that push, but now he's going to get taken down. Slaps follows him as well, but Break around the back. He's going to get cleaned up after finding one. Good fight from Blackhawk Down. Oh, E could be going in their direction as well. Saki needs to win this fight against Strikers. Rest of the team should be off respawn, but it's not going to be close enough. No. Oh, just about gets him before the shot can come through. Well played by Saki. He needed to win that gunfight.
He most certainly did. It was a close one in the end. TJ full red. Dragon's holding that cover like a pro. Slaps does shut him down. Breaker with the revive. F-Hill saved. And Cougar's running back. One player Secret Man on the tank, though. I'm not sure if they remember two. So I'm sure they know it now. Still being held there, Elegance. It's not a good position to be in, honestly. Saki in his own over at the east side.
It's really not ideal. Marsh gonna bite down. Dragons now trying to defend as best he can, just buttering them up before they do eventually push him, but would it be a surprise to see him deal with this? I'm not sure. Oh, there's a lot of fire coming in. He's put a lot of damage down himself, but not quite enough, and both players leave with, I think, less than 20% health. Now the push over towards F here, Tommy. Get something done, Elegance. Just too much Lancer fire from Blackhawk down. Impossible to touch it here. Just about getting on low, and Marsh is going to have to back on down. What about the other side of the map? Still, that one player holding. Slaps is going to be there. He's actually going to be taking on Dragons on the other side of the map, so a big fight over there as this one towards the tank does go down as well. It's looking like it's going to come out with Blackhawk down on top. Saki drops.
Oh,
Picked up there as well. That is disgusting from Dragons. How on earth has he found that? I didn't even see him.
2 seconds. Breaker. Now he's starting to run on through. And this is what you need from Elegance. Like, just be able to run on through their opponents on their home hill and finally get out. But it's just too late. 10 seconds now for Blackhawk down to hold on to 2. Make that 20 as 1 is broke. The kills are starting to come through, though. Breaker TJ will fall. Slaps will get taken down by Dragons as well. Dragons overextending. D-Hill, is that protected? I'm sure it is. Marsh has gone over to the F-Hill. For good measure. And this is the thing, as I was saying, right? Most of that round was Blackhawk down essentially spawn trapping Elegance, it seemed like, just on their home hill the entire time, right in front of their spawn, as Vazgar is known for. And Elegance were kind of just trying to attack for a long period of time. You mentioned the Lancers, the pushes took so long, were ineffective half of the time. They were just scrapping around the tank. They always had players around the tank, did Blackhawk down. There was always that presence, meaning Elegance just couldn't dedicate resources elsewhere outside of maybe one player sent over to the E-Hill, and that's about it. You can't let that happen, Chris. You can't essentially be spawn trapped the entire round because you will lose out on points eventually, or you will be caught out and triple capped.
Can't be caught out anymore, though. Has to be a flawless 4 rounds. Drop shot has been placed. That's by Elegance. Must win this fight.
Well, there's the drop. There is the drop on E. I referred to. Now, how will this change things up? I'm sure Elegance will be happy to get out of that spawn.
Well, both teams putting just as much stock into it, though. It's 3v3.
Yeah. I think typically if you do place the drop shot, you'd prefer to be on the Elegance side of the map, although you don't have that map control, that defensive high ground. Blackhawk down, looking to go for that pickup. Debated it for a second. TJ not having any of it. He does get down 1 with help from Slaps. His teammates are there to help out on that push. And they finalize that kill, though. Still looking for it. That's Dragons for you. Still alive. Finally incended. And now drop shot picked up.
Really good fight. Really good fight. Marsh now in a 1v1 with Saki. Cavalry are on their way. Oh, Marsh, you're in a bit of danger here, fella. You can find even 1, that would be fantastic. He does. Breaker gets rid of him. The 1-for-1 trade's not so bad, but the drop shot there is able to shut down the push. Oh my god, Slaps is maybe just rush that one a little bit. May pay for it as well with the rest of Blackhawk down, bearing down on him. Can even find 1 out of this before he goes down. That would be brilliant. Breaker's going to drop. If only momentarily, but he does go down. Slaps is going to find 1. Now can get aggressive. Blackhawk down, have to back down. Really good round from Elegance so far here, Toby.
No, I agree. They're doing very well, actually, of keeping up the pressure. Slaps is stretching his legs a little bit. Pushing in for those kills. Oh, Cougar's almost getting that shot holding him there. Slaps a little bit weak. He does need to find Cougar soon if he can. Not able to. The wrap comes on through. Cougars will clean that one up. Drop shot will be up soon. And Black Hawk Down protect it.
It's a difficulty, isn't it?
Wow.
Oh my god.
My goodness me. I was just about to say, TJ a little bit too predictable on that up A. It's a huge stretch, a huge slide, and a very predictable one on that, but... And Breaker being followed up on as well. Cougars having the time of his life. Triple cap potential now. They can take down just one more player. Oh no! Slaps will find Strikers. Strikers will walk into the inset. Dragon's on fire now. TJ holds his shot. But still, the fights continue.
Ooh.
Cougars not going to be able to find that shot hold there. TJ will get that kill and save the day. But look at the score, Chris. It could all be over nonetheless.
Yep, it should be. Swarm win condition, 15 seconds of the 2 cap, although that extends with a 1. Marsh is going to win the important gunfight though, and gets a hold of the drop. Things aren't looking great towards F either, and Black Hawk Down. This should surely be it now, 10 seconds. I don't even think Breaker's got time to get that. That's the game done. Now there's going to be Black Hawk Down into another grand final against Maradona. The same as what we seen last week in both these two teams, showing their dominance so far in Europe. Who's going to come out on top this time, though? Black Hawk Down will get it done against Elegance. 2-0. Well fought, though, by Elegance, to be honest. There was a couple of close rounds, and of course they were coming back on bunker, but Black Hawk Down, it's far too strong.
Yeah, I think so. They just had the that factor at the end to keep up the slaying dominance, that pressure, and I think that round... that I was referring to earlier, that spawn trap, if you will, kind of just symbolizes that in all its glory. The ability for Black Hawk Down to abuse their shotgun power, then leverage their ability as individuals to get round after round was really just the difference in the end there. And I think it's safe to say that Elegance have some really great competition this split now. Black Hawk Down have really asserted themselves as the new top dogs on the block, if you will, and Maradona as well now in the grand final waiting. It's been an absolutely amazing split, and I think it's safe to say that everyone needs to start scrimming, practicing, and continuing, putting in the hours now as EU has heated up quite dramatically.
It has, it really has, and well, let's see how it turns out this time. Can Maradona do better in this grand final? Last week wasn't so good for them against Black Hawk Down. Maybe that experience is going to allow them to do a little bit better this time. They look good in their semi-final, of course, against VYE, but Black Hawk Down against Maradona is going to be your grand final. We'll watch that very shortly after this quick break. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the EGL Open Series week number 3 of the second split, and we have got our grand finals on our hands. Of course, I'm joined here by Toby Campbell, and we have the exact same finals we did last week, although it's taken maybe a little bit more to get here, Toby. It's been an interesting week, hasn't it?
It has. I think the main storyline kicking the day off was, of course, the amazing quarterfinal we had. There it is on our screen. HPJC, the return of literally Elevate for full team. -1, of course, from the 5v5 drop down to 4v4. Black Hawk Down won that very closely, 2-1. They just defeated Elegance on stream. Of course, we saw Maradona versus VYE, and Pains was on fire. Maradona are playing well. I wonder if they can topple Black Hawk Down.
Yeah, Maradona have looked really good in the game we've seen them in, at least anyway, against VYE. Black Hawk Down have had a bit more of a struggle this week in a sense, I suppose, but at the same time, they've got the job done, and that's all that really matters. They found themselves in this grand final against a team they will feel confident against once again after last week's grand final was fairly convincing. I believe it was 5-0, 5-1 in the first game, and then, of course, in the second, I think it was like 5-2 or something. So, I mean, it was fairly convincing nonetheless, Toby. And Maradona, like, I mean, what for them, what are they going to do differently this week? Because, I mean, look, it wasn't a hard game for Black Hawk Down last week.
No, it wasn't. But the thing is, it's Black Hawk Down. They're just so good. They had an incredibly tough game earlier versus HPJC, and I wonder if they can actually... If Maradona can do this. Yes, they were playing very well against VYE, but they've not come up against competition like Black Hawk Down yet this week. And as soon as they found them last week in that grand final, boy, oh boy, did things shake up. Maradona are used to being in the driver's seat. They're used to being able to fly at you. They're used to Pains being that icebreaker, getting that kill, and then enabling that triple cap from the get-go. But Black Hawk Down don't really give that away. They were just spawn trapping Elegance like it was nothing on Vasgar there for that one round, and I feel as though this is an incredibly difficult job for Maradona, and I'm just hoping that they've been practicing day in, day out this past week to try and get back or get to a level that can stand up to Black Hawk Down. Otherwise, I wouldn't be surprised if we see another 2-0 from this team.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me either. And the map we're going to be going to in map number 1 is going to be Asylum. I like this for Black Hawk Down. I really like this map for Black Hawk Down. They just seem very proficient at it, and I mean, we need to see something else out of Maradona that we didn't see last week, don't we? I mean, look, Pains has been playing phenomenally. The games that we've seen him, what did he drop later? What was it? Maybe 57 kills over 2 maps, which is ludicrous, of course. But at the same time, he can't be the only one doing that when you're coming up against Black Hawk Down. You need everybody firing on all cylinders. Crisis looked like he was playing well before as well. He's going to need to. They need to just not have to rely on Pains consistently, I think. It is going to be the problem for them going forward, potentially, but it's also nice to have Pains there as well. So let's see if they can get something out of this one. I think it is going to be very, very tough as we do head over towards Asylum in just a second. But any predictions, Toby?
Yeah, again, I think it's going to be 2-0 Black Hawk Down, to be honest. Earlier, right, we were just looking at the kill feed essentially for Pains to just light it up and get a kill, and then somehow a triple cap comes out of nowhere. You can't do that against Black Hawk Down. I just don't think it's plausible, right? Even if they could rely on Pains isn't in a position to be able to do that against his former teammates. It just doesn't happen. It's not allowed, and that's the struggle. Not only is it have you lost your winning factor there, but it changes the entire dynamic up. You can't just play most of the game on what seems like a 4v3 advantage just because one of your players keeps getting a kill. It's not going to happen. You have to change up how you play. You need to push fights that previously you weren't having to do so or needing to do so. And especially as we come into Asylum, Black Hawk Down played incredibly well against Phelpsy and Co. earlier on this very map. Very dominant indeed. And I think this is the perfect start for what Black Hawk Down could turn into a 2-0 again in this grand final.
You would think so. But let's see. Maradona are a very, very solid squad nonetheless. And I mean, Pains has found 2 immediately. That down and a kill coming through for him. Good start by Maradona as they get a hold of B and maybe flanking over towards A. Crisis. Thanks against that. We'll back on down, but a good start for Maradona nonetheless.
It is. Very good start. You need to be winning your fights at best. Or at worst, rather, just to get things going. But bounces. Speaking of fights, winning that. Strikers holds his nerve on the right hand. The exchange does come through those. Crisis finds one. Marsh stuck in a corner. Should be able to take him down.
Ooh.
And that is a potential triple cap coming in. Dragons will be able to reach B in time. No one around to stop anything to come on through. So no trouble there for them now. All Black Hawk down. Great shots from Marco as well.
Domination not likely to tick in here. Maybe we'll be able to get something out of this. If the fight goes towards Dragons over towards B as well, then all of a sudden things are looking very, very rosy. But this one over here did not go in the direction that Black Hawk Down needed it to. Dragons are going to have to try and get away here. Pain's pinning him down, tagging him up. He's going to go down. The rest of the team should be here off spawn and should be able to get a hold of A. But the damage is done. Maradona. They won't dominate, but look at that scoreline. It's around 90 points or so. A very, very solid lead for them.
Yeah, they've done the hard work now, Chris, right? 30 seconds on the clock. Maradona, they need to take every single round they possibly can at this point in time. And they've kept Black Hawk Down back towards their spawn for this long. They just can't throw it away in this last all-out effort from Black Hawk Down to get the triple cap. They need the triple cap at this point, and nothing but.
Gotta go. No, they're not winning the gunfights. This has been a good start for Maradona. It's the kind of start they needed. A relatively comfortable round where they're slaying. They're finding the kills. It's not a ground out one. It's a comfortable one. And that's the sort of start Maradona would have wanted. Want the 0.
No, you're right. You're right. It didn't seem like they were really going to lose that at any point. They started off strong. They won the initial. As you can see, only 1 cap or 2 caps in total for Black Hawk Down. 4 kills in total for them. Maradona really were playing that excellently. Almost as if they were playing against VYE earlier, right? That's kind of the composure they had the entire time. And that is what they need to be able to defeat this awesome team in Black Hawk Down.
Keep it going then. If you are Maradona, you want to keep this momentum. Right over towards B, man. Well, across the map. Seems to be a bit more reserved from both these two.
Enemy contact!
Oh, certainly so. Usually you see some players hurdle through Tombstone, right, to find that opening kill, but instead Crisis will be looking on it on the opposite side of this track fight. Striker's rolling back in safety, but E-Hill will be given up. Pains will get back to cover. Marsh trying to work his way back in. They will find Crisis. Stuck on that corner. Pains trying to save the day. Good shots. Nice little steam train. Dragons, or rather, Strikers will clean things up, getting the double and getting that B-Hill back as a trade comes out. Potentially, Cougars will find one. And look at that from Marco. A double from him. Big, big fight that you'll see out there.
Really well played by Marco. Now he's going to make the push, of course, across the bridge. Won't provide that supporting fire, but they do need to get a hold of B here and should be able to. Maradona with the position on the map. Kane's just putting in a hell of amount of damage. Striker's pushing forward. Does have help from his teammates as well. They've done so well to keep this fight in their direction and get through it almost flawlessly. One player dropping in Marsh, and now all of a sudden, Maradona have to make this overextension. Well played by Bouncers once again. Just alleviates that pressure. Even if he doesn't get anything at C, even though the decap does come on through, the fact he's made that push over there doesn't allow Black Hawk Down to immediately run towards it. Well played.
Now Black Hawk Down have the win condition. Not much of a score lead. But I do see an overextension over on the A-Hill. Triple cap will start blinking. Pains is close enough to get the break, but I'm not sure if he'll survive with 2 in front. Dragons will fall, so Maradona do nip that in the bud very quickly indeed. Comms are evident, as Pains wasn't too quick to try and push there in a panic. Now he is, though. Teammates, I'm sure, are close behind. He's able to force them off one cover. The break comes through. This is good from Maradona. And somehow, Crisis is still running forward. He'll get the trade out, thankfully. His teammates were blocked off from him due to the train tracks. 3v3 as it stands, but the B-Hill has gone back the way of Maradona.
Well then, this one isn't done yet. Black Hawk Down were in a good spot and still are. Win condition does belong to them, and these kills going in their favor as well is only going to add to that. Crisis is going to go down as well. This should be around for Black Hawk Down. It's not been easy for them, though. All things considered, what we maybe expected. It was a pretty strong start from them after the showing last week, but maybe Black Hawk Down just aren't necessarily at the races as much this week. They will get the round in the end, but one apiece. And it's taken 6 minutes of gears to get us here as well. Very close games so far, Toby.
It is. It is. It's back and forth. I think it's safe to say, right? Either team will go for a triple cap if it's plausible, but both teams really have been great at ensuring that no snowballs occur. Snowballing occurs after a team fight. One kill doesn't necessarily lead to another too quickly, and as a result, you know, it ends up being a points game coming to the closing moments in these first 2 rounds. And yep, mimicking of the weapon placements once more. Now, will anyone get aggressive on the tombstone? I wonder. Will it just continue to be that stalemate on the train tracks? Both teams showing the utmost respect for each other. You know, you have players in the form of Pains. You have Dragons down there as well, and Marsh. These are players that would love to get up close and personal in that middle cut if possible. There you go. Marco's going to jump over the top. Dragons will have to try and follow him up. Not having any of it. Right-hand advantage. Marco holds his shot, and that could open things up now for Maradona. B-Hill already captured.
Yep. Pressure is just not there from the middle, and all of a sudden, if you're Black Hawk Down, you're in a horrible spot. Really well played by Maradona. They were extended towards A. The Lancer Fire comes in there. Pains picks up 2 kills, albeit a good product of some solid teamwork from Maradona. Cougars is down as well, and I tell you what, this is looking like a domination about to tick on through as well. Here's got to be the option for Black Hawk Down to get a hold of here. There's nobody else around the map to try and do something otherwise. There are the kills. That's going to be another round. Maradona looking so much better than they did last week up against Black Hawk Down. 2-1 now.
Little bit of a different dynamic as well coming into this grand final, mind you, because of that delayed start for the semi-final number 2. Maradona have perhaps been sitting back, relaxed, feet up, watching that past semi-final.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was thinking to myself, you know, it's not necessarily ideal in that respect, but
yeah, I mean, I always go back and forth on this. I'm not sure if I'd rather continue and just carry on playing, going on that momentum, or I'd rather a break. I think it really depends on the absolute length that you've been playing, the time.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes I just want to get into it, and I don't want to cool down and not feel not feel warm going into it. But no, there is an argument there for a little bit of a break before you get into a very close game like this one. E-Hill captured again from Maradona. You know, they're doing really well. And shout out to Marco, by the way, from really giving a great fight in the center against Europe's one of Europe's best players for a long time now in the form of Dragons. They're doing really well here, Maradona, on the bottom end of the map of Asylum.
Doing a solid job. Dragons are going to clean up in the middle. Marsh finds one as well, but Marco taking down Cougars, and it's the extension over towards C. They're playing just a solid game here, Maradona. Swarm domination. They took on through for just a second. Not going to happen this time around, though. Obviously, Black Hawk Down get a hold of B, which is what they fought so far hard for. But which way is this fight going to go? Dragons gets caught in a rough spot. Cougars is going to have to come up big. Now everybody from Maradona is overextending towards C, and it's a bad spot for Cougars to be in. Oh, he's buttered them both up, but can he find the kills? Finds one. Oh, tell you what, he was close to finding them both.
He was. Either of those shots could have been Gibbs, really. Unfortunate for him how that played out. But he's got one. Marco's still there lurking. Good shots. His teammate's there as well. Crisis comes around the back, and that's 2 dead immediately just like that. No one on the B-Hill. Yep, a lot of people actually on the B-Hill. Strikers is trying to protect the triple cap opportunity from the other team now. Cougars is trying to help out. Payne's being aggressive on one side. They need to try and get back that angle. Cougars gone down in the process. Strikers as well. Payne's is there to clean it up. And the fight is still continuing on the C-Hill as well. Triple cap coming on through. Maradona are relentless. 3-1 now.
It's just constant pressure, isn't it? It's just throwing bodies around different areas in the map. And it's working out for them.
It is.
3-1.
It's like Rated R V1 versus Rated R V2, honestly, these two teams. And at times, Maradona really do seem like more like the original. Thanks to how Pains operates, right? And the rest of his team. Remember, Pains oftentimes was the icebreaker for the original Rated R team, right? He was the one to get the first kill and really set the pace for the rest of the team to carry on flooding on through. And it certainly transferred over to Maradona. Second half. And look at the shot grenades. My goodness, Downs everywhere. Dragon's trying to find Marco. He shoots back. Both players full red. Oh, Dragons is in such a stressful position there. My goodness.
Manages to get out, though. Takes his time, lets his health come back up. We spoke about how, you know, it needs to be players like Crisis, like Marco, to step up. We know Pains is going to perform. They have done that and then some. Marco's going to have to back on down this time. Can they hold down here? As Blackhawk down start to make the push. Martian Strikers combining well. We'll find Marco. The push is going to come back through though. Maradona going to be able to find anything at all. Not this time. Blackhawk down, find the kills. To push towards F that they have in their sights. The domination more likely to happen on this side of things, you feel. If that fight's one up top, you can cut off the spawns and just make things a little bit easier. But Cougars is pushed back towards the train tracks, so he can't force the pinch to come through. Well played by Dragons. Gets out, not quite. The rest of the team are here, though, to help them up. Trying to bait in the shots with it as well, but the push over towards F is coming on through now, and Marco and Co need to clutch up. Marsh is going to find the shots. This should be a domination. It is a domination. They're not going to have time to get there, and that is a very, very quick round. Blackhawk down. Throw their ring back into the hat with that one. 1 minute and 26 is all it took.
Yeah. Blackhawk down, taking a deep breath, it seems like, before that round. And they've maintained composure, throwing themselves back into this matchup. That is better from them. Very nice indeed. And it was neck and neck, that team fight up top on the E-Hill. Remember, we were talking about that very fight in week number 1 in the grand final, Maradona losing it time and time again. But now it seems like they've turned that around, right? They're being a little bit more aggressive. They're allowing themselves to get up close and personal. And, you know, you nailed it. Crisis, Bounces, Marco, they're all playing very well. They are stepping up to the plate. They are matching what Pains can usually find. And the aggression is being maintained. Just need to keep this confidence, as they can certainly play well with their shotguns at this level.
It's 14 and 4 from Marco here, and that's not on top of his 13 assists as well. Having a hell of a game. Pains at 12 and 7 isn't necessarily performing to his best ability, you would imagine, but still having a solid time of things as Strikers now goes down. Good start by Maradona in this round. They got control of E. They got control of D, of course. They come down to a fight over towards the rails, but train coming in, that might influence that one, but Pains and Co, can they keep a hold of this over towards E? Pains maybe getting a bit overzealous there, has to back on down, but the support is there from his teammate, but he's hanging him out to dry. Oh, Crisis pushed all alone. And all of a sudden, Blackhawk down have the numbers advantage, and they will take that quite handedly.
Can Pains save the day? Look at that. Pains has somehow kept them in this. Marco gets the kill back. That is insane. God. Just as you thought it was all over, Pain just comes around the corner, gets a kill and a revive. That is absurd. Well played from him. I guess making up for the communication deficit between him and Crisis earlier when they separated. Wow, well played. Here we go, back into the swing of things already.
Cougars are going to find the shot on the Pains. Push going to come through here once again, but Maradona have a pretty decent lead here. It's not going to be enough for a one-cap win at all, but you know, they can take their time. They can try and bounce back. I mean, Cougars is just head first headed towards D. All the Strikers could have done with finding that kill. He will eventually, the second time of asking. Now going to continue to make this push. Crisis is going to fall as well. Big plays from Strikers. And now D is in their sights. We got a grand final on our hands here. 3-3s in our sights as well as Blackhawk down are bearing down on D. They should be able to lock this one in. They've got the position. They've got the domination here as well. 3-3. That's a big play from Strikers to make that happen.
Absolutely. Just as your opponents start ramping it up and performing as required of them, just like Marco, just like Crisis, all on high kills, Strikers is starting to pull himself together as well. And start performing as is required in this grand final. You mentioned it, 3-3. We certainly do have one on our hands here. My goodness, is it back and forth. Especially on that east side of the map. Incense for both sides. No one really changing anything up too drastically. Weapon placement-wise, I think Black Hawk Down are being a little bit more aggressive in the doorway, but it seems like Maradona are handling it without too much issue. Now, they're playing a little bit more passively again. I was wondering, where was that third player? He is there now. They're sitting right back, as so is Black Hawk Down. It's both teams really just test whether the shocks could be a bit of an issue here.
I do wonder if in one of the next couple of rounds we may see that drop shot come through. Strikers now transitioning over. Just maybe putting a little bit of pressure on bouncers, maybe trying to get them to back down. Left potentially in their sights here, but still a stalemate. Of course, nobody necessarily got to their home hill first as they're already pre-capped, but I mean, we quite often talk about how that's an advantage, but it is one that is way down the line potentially, and way back when previous escalation tuning was in, of course, but now it doesn't matter. Black Hawk Down will just about get a hold of it. Just force their way through with utility. Maradona can't answer back, and Hawk Down not going to set up. It's a push shock as well. That isn't really going to force anything. Dragons is going to have to stay where he is, though, and they can try and butter him up as best they can. And do more than that. Get rid of him, but Martian Strikers from behind! Oh my goodness, Strikers! We only saw the back end of it, but that's all we needed to see. What a play out of him, and he's been huge in these past 2 rounds for Black Hawk Down. The flank comes through, and 3 men of Maradona go on down.
I don't think he's done enough, though. Just enough. His team needs to start coming in, and I think they have, actually. There's Strikers to clean up the kills. Last 1B, potentially. Christ is getting shot in the back as well. 1 second to break hit. He just about breaks in time. But the cap will come on through nonetheless. 4-3 to Black Hawk Down as they just about take the lead. That's a big, big play. And he's going to shake things up a little bit. 3 rounds in a row as well, Chris. BHD starting to stamp their mark.
Such a huge play from Strikers, and he's not necessarily like known as the guy who is the biggest slayer on the team by any stretch of the imagination. But getting players like that out of a player like Strikers, absolute gold dust if you're Black Hawk Down 4-3.
With how close these two teams are currently and how similar they are in their playstyle, their shotgun aggressive nature, you need players like that to separate yourself from your opposition. The Strikers did amazingly through the middle there. No one really caught it, did they? It wasn't communicated at all. Maradona, Black Hawk Down. We're all on the same page. Maradona had no idea what was happening. Incen thrown in. Neither are going to connect. Payne's downed, but I'm sure quickly revived there. A little bit different now for Maradona, being that far up. Payne's again, he chooses to try and drop out. Dangerous, of course, with the fire just laying across the floor there. Dragon's down. Is this the time? Maradona. Oh, they've been baited, essentially. Marsh baiting Marco into a shotgun, but it's not enough. Although Crisis tries to go for an up A. Not entirely necessary. He'll throw his life away, essentially, as Payne's does clean up Marsh nonetheless.
Maradona in the driving seat here. Striker's just trying to be an annoyance. He's not going to kill Paynes with those shots, but will at least weaken him up for his team. Striker's having a hell of a game here. 17 kills to 11 deaths. And you got a guy like Dragons with 9 to 14. Of course, it's not necessarily all about the numbers, but not really the guys you expect to be doing that sort of work on this team. But either way, Black Hawk Down are going to find the kills. Cougars picks up 2. That's going to be E in their sights, and, well, D is also next in line. Waiting for the push-up bouncers to come on through. Also waiting on his teammates to potentially be here as well. Maybe trying to lock them in as best they can. Bouncers is going to be able to get out. And Cougars is going to back on down because of that, but still, good chunk of time for Black Hawk Down this.
Yeah, they suffered casualties in the process, though. I wonder if Maradona are going to leverage that now. Payne's has thrown himself in. Dragons immediately taken down, though. They're not having any of that. Cougars a bit weak. Maradona will not follow up. Spawns do come on through. And now Maradona, as a result of that failed triple cap attempt, they'll take the score lead. Here comes the answer back from Black Hawk Down. Pains gets out of there. Teammate just to his left. But no utility on hand for now. I say that, Dragons picks up the insend. He'll surely rotate that up top. Big team fight coming up.
Pain's going to bang on down. See it back down. No, he just keeps going. No, he's already down one. Takes the head off another, but Dragon's just going to be there to answer back, and Strikers keeps going as well. Can he get this cleaned up? It looks like him and Dragons are going to, and they needed to. Maradona still with that win condition, and bounces is overextended. So annoying for Black Hawk Down. He didn't get D, but a
Dragons
one cap should be enough. Dragons on the other side of things has to found the kills. He's just slowing them down as best he can, but is it going to be enough here as well? A 2 cap here for Black Hawk Down is going to be enough. They need to get a hold of F, but D is obviously just going to be more than enough. I don't think a 2 cap would now do it for Black Hawk Down anyway. Maradona just need to hold on to this one. Cougar just went down to the train in the final moments here as well. 10 seconds to go. That's not going to happen this time round. Maradona are going to send us to round number 9. We've had some cracking games today, too.
We certainly have. I was about to say, absolutely nuts has today been. Look at that. Look at that for a round count. Crazy stuff. And honestly, just as I saw Cougars and Marsh overextend, I was questioning it because not everyone was there. It was a little bit delayed. It was haphazard. It wasn't the same kind of caliber you expect from Black Hawk Down on a push. And you could see as soon as they lost one player and Marsh went down straight after, they were legging it with BHD. As they really are aware of how good Maradona are and how quick they can turn the game on its head. Sniper being put down on the tracks, drop shot going up top. Both teams realize that they're in around number 9 and things need to be shaken up. Immediately placing down those weapons. Let's see what the opening strat is of both teams.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be as passive. Although, saying that, it is a high-risk maneuver just to go straight for it. The flashes are coming on through, looking like they're maybe a little bit better on Black Hawk Down side. Striker's trying to look for the push out here. Marsh is going to get the down onto Marco. Drop shot taken by Strikers. He better get the hell out of dodge because that's going to come in and that's going to cause some problems. He might just choose to get rid of Marco, or does he just choose to help his team out here? They're back on down. Same in the drop shot. Yeah, putting a lot of stock into that one. Cougars has got a kill over on the other side. Oh, he's got 2. Cougars kills 2 at the tracks, all on his own. Oh, bye-bye. Crisis is dead as well. And this is just turned on its head. Marco is the only one there to potentially do anything, but can Bouncers get there in time? It's going to be a foot race, and he will get there in time, but the rest of the team need to be there with him. He's going to take his time. Pains is here as well, and the 2v2 fight comes on through. Strikers is going to find one, but Dragons did drop on down, but can they get there in time? Just about Maradona. They're starting to come back off spawn. The kills need to be there for them, though, and Strikers is going to find one for Black Hawk Down as Cougars finds one, but it looks like Maradona are just about going to survive. We're still early in the round here as well, and they're going to be able to fight their way out by the looks of things, unless Marsh can come up clutch and find 2 here as well, but he's going to have to find a 3rd on top of that as well. It's a stunning from Marsh. It's so close to be found from him, but Marco just about clutches up, and Maradona, by the skin of their teeth, hang on.
What is transpiring in front of our eyes? This is actually crazy at this point. It could have been all over there, but Maradona keep clutching up, and they've captured the E-Hell. They will need a triple cap as it stands. But they've done the hard work. They're still in this.
Plenty of time. That win condition will not be massively over into the hands of Black Hawk Down here. Not with the 1 cap. We take a D cap for not very long, you would like to think, to change that up. Look at this overextension on the tracks as well, though. Maradona have replaced some resources back over towards F to try and help out Bouncers, who has went down. Going to get rid of him as well, so there's a big fight going on the other side of the map as well. Maradona need to hold up top. Strikers and Co. are going to have to back on down now. They have to defend on their side of things because they have now a hold of F. Oh, look at the kills. Oh, I mean, it's just coming on through. It's just so well played by Black Hawk Down. Bouncers are going to get a hold of F, but this one should be done.
Ooh, that was close. Dragons will clean things up, though. Surely this is it now. 2 seconds on the clock. Drop shot will come on through for good measure. What an incredible first map that was from both teams for this grand final. Black Hawk Down winning 5-4. And Marco with the MVP. What a cracker.
What a game. Marco did so well to get... I mean, look, Maradona did so well to survive that. But that onslaught is ultimately what cost them. Yes, they got out of it, but it's the points difference. It makes things so much more difficult. What a round that was. What a game that was between these two. But Black Hawk Down ultimately take Asylum, and that is the important thing. 5-4, they get it done. And I mean, today has been by far the best of the Open Series we've seen so far. Close games across the board for the most part. It's just been backwards and forwards. You know, to be fair, when we seen last week's final between Black Hawk Down and Maradona, you would have thought that this may have transpired the same sort of way, but Maradona are very much toe-to-toe with them there. I'm just looking back on the scoreboard and on the stream there. In terms of slaying-wise, it was relatively similar, it has to be said. So, you know, they are sticking with them in that respect, and that's sometimes how Black Hawk Down get other teams, but that's how Maradona play, as we've talked about. They play very, very similar that time around, though. It's just about Black Hawk Down who pipped them to the post, and it's going to be disappointing for Maradona.
Yeah, very disappointing, actually, because they've worked so hard for that map, and they couldn't see it out in the end. This has been historically a good map for Maradona as well. Honestly, it's a good map for both these two teams in terms of how they've played historically. Of course, Black Hawk Down had a great game earlier. But think about it, right? Maradona just gave them a much tougher time than even Phelpsy and co, the former Elevate roster. That goes to show how good Maradona are. If somehow you still have any doubts at home, this is a formidable team, and they're very well deserved of this grand final position again, and seed number one, evidently. The question is, can they keep their heads held high after that close one? Right? They lost 2-0 convincingly last week, as you mentioned. They were able to give them that incredible first map, and they probably felt like they deserved it in the end for all the hard work they've evidently been practicing, as we considered earlier, after losing in the last grand final. I hope they do keep their heads held high, because they showed massive potential there for the rest of this grand final. And honestly, with how they played that first map, they could come out and win the grand final. I think they have the potential there. Let's see if they can do it.
Let's see. I mean, my goodness, that really could have went either way. So Maradona have to have their heads held high going into this second map. They know they'll be able to go toe-to-toe with this Black Hawk Down squad, but just, I mean, I'm not even 100% sure what the map is that's going to be coming up. I'm sure Matt will let me know in a second. Okay, it's going to be Foundation, which was last week's second map, which Black Hawk Down took quite comfortably. So you'd like to think that they should be able to do the same, but at the same time, we didn't necessarily expect that map number one on Asylum out of Maradona, and that made it so close. So I'm curious which way this one does go, but I mean, Black Hawk Down, they are in the driving seat there, it has to be said. When it comes down to that final round, how it started was just a better utility usage. It just seems their flashes were maybe a little bit more influential in terms of stopping Maradona making that push-up, whereas Maradona just didn't really deter Black Hawk Down whatsoever. They just pushed up. They were happy to take the cover. They got a hold of the drop shot. All of a sudden, if you're Maradona, you have to back on down. You can't challenge it. And it was just a bad spot to be in. And it was a huge play by Cougars, I think, if I remember rightly, over towards Traxy. Got a hold of the incense, found one, and then found the kill with the shotgun on the other side of things. So I think big plays like that is what sort of makes it for Black Hawk Down. They have that star quality, don't they? And Maradona absolutely do as well, but it just came to fruition a little bit more for Black Hawk Down in that final round, and ultimately that's why they find themselves up 1-0. What's the predictions for Foundation then, Toby? Because, as I said, I thought that would probably be a bit more of a comfortable one for Black Hawk Down.
Me too. Yeah. I wouldn't have been surprised if we saw a similar instance of what we saw last week, right? But no, I think Foundation, I think it'll be close, a little bit closer as well than last week. I'm still leaning to Black Hawk Down, though. Like, this is a classic map. All these players have played this so many times on Black Hawk Down. I think the experience really playing at this level and Foundation actually benefits them more so than if they were just playing for, Asylum. I think it's a better map pick in that sense for them. So just theory crafting, really, I think Black Hawk Down have a better position going into this, especially the momentum from map number one than they did going into Asylum. But if you see Maradona firing on all cylinders, everyone playing as well as they did the last map, I wonder if it could come on through. I think something to consider. We were talking about kills and the stats. Dragons is the man for the conversation when it comes to stats. Statistically the biggest slayer in Europe for the last Pro League. He wasn't really playing as his usual self like he was in the last Grand Final. He was like that main slayer almost for his Black Hawk Down roster, and maybe that's a big reason why BHD aren't dominating as they once were.
We head over towards Foundation. Can they get another big performance here, Black Hawk Down? Close this out. 2 weeks in a row for them. If they can't get it done, Maradona definitely showing to be stiffer competition this week. If I remember rightly, this map was relatively comfortable for Black Hawk Down, but it wasn't necessarily a whitewash. Maradona definitely had a couple of rounds they could have done something in. It took a little bit of magic now and then from Dragons, if I remember rightly, for Black Hawk Down to get it done. So it should be another close game.
Hello, Bounces. Speak of the devil. Speaking of double kills, that is. Bounces getting the first one on the board very quickly indeed. Sea Hill is the reward. Marco will get the kill in the middle. That'll ensure the pinch could come on through onto B if necessary. Not necessary, of course. Crisis wins his 1v. Round number 1 to the Italians.
It's a big round number 1. 1 minute and 6 seconds. Just win their gunfights across the board. Makes that ever so easier. There you go. Maradona kicking things off very, very nicely. Only 1 kill on the side of Black Hawk Down there, and that's what happens. Early on in these rounds, if you don't win your initials, it does not help if you lose them all.
Yeah. And the thing is, as I was alluding to, I remember it quite clearly. Dragons and Marsh, as individuals, were secret manning everywhere on this map and causing a lot of trouble for Maradona, and they were just breaking them down on the slightest of errors. But I don't see Maradona falling for the same spots, right? The same kind of play. You really need to play it much more as a team, perhaps, to beat Maradona this week. Don't think it'll prove as simple as that. It's just one player's going off. Haynes. Nice shots from the center, but Black Hawk Down working well to find that B-Hill capture. Maradona now, if they're going to place more players on this side of the map, they'll need to use those numbers to get some points, but instead they're choosing to rotate all the way back to try and get B.
On their sights, Maradona do decamp that one. Is anybody there from Black Hawk Down to properly shut this one down? Crisis, ball talk out. Maybe in trouble. Is in trouble. Dead. Strikers are now trying to get rid of little bounces as well in the middle, and Strikers only really helping put bullets into his teammate, but bounces will eventually go down, and C is going to be in their sights. It is in their sights. This probably should be a domination of Black Hawk Down. It's a hard push around that corner. Pains is already going to be damaged by the time he gets there through the smoke. Actually gets the shots as well, and Black Hawk Down were not ready for Pains to be head down, running at them and putting down plenty of damage as well. How has he got that down from some distance? And no, that's 1 shot for Strikers, who finds 2. A ludicrous, absolute ludicrous exchange between these two teams. Eventually, well, Black Hawk Down won't get this locked in, and once again, it's Bounces. Constant thorn in their side. He should be dead, but he has prolonged the round.
I think he's bought enough time. 3 seconds, yep. They'll get the break on C. He just about has. Pains coming off respawn, immediately making his presence known. Rap not going to connect. Dragons will answer back. Now, they've done the hard work. Black Hawk Down. 20 seconds to go, just to hold on to 2. And this will be when Secret Mans can come in handy. That's for sure. 10 seconds now. Maradona just waiting for everyone to come off respawn and then go in for the fight. Bounces immediately. Bricked by Dragons. Pains will answer back. The revive chain's there. 5 seconds to break 2 hills. They're on it for B. No one's at A, though. And that will be the round back as we go back and forth.
Very, very nicely done. Black Hawk Down eventually get what was probably deserved in fairness. Thought they would have got it done. Yeah, it was feeling like they were going to get it done maybe a little bit earlier there with the push towards tree. It just seemed like it was Going to be an easy enough camp, but in round number 3. Likely to be retros either side, and there you go.
Yep, no surprise. I think for the most part, Europe have, with these new weapon placements, this new system in hand, they've just kept it very much vanilla again. Just as like the old, outside of the old drop shot placement, of course. Everyone likes to match the same weapon placement system on every map.
Yeah, sometimes it just makes sense, doesn't it? Don't have to try anything too crazy. Baines and Cole getting the better of Black Hawk down towards B though. Cougar's chasing down Marco though. Good shots by him over towards A. He's going to be able to get anything going here. Bounces is the one in his sights. Cougar's going to get collapsed on from the other side though. His teammates are here to help him as well. He's going to try and maybe clean up there and then decide to make the push. Cougar's having to put the smoke down and oh my goodness. Manages to find the kill as well after he was trying to run away, and now Dragons is pushing forward. We'll have Cougars to help him in a second as well. Doesn't need it. They win the gunfights the other side of things, but over towards C. Pains. Managed to decap. Domination still ticking on through. Has to do something, and the rest of his team are there at A as well. Domination denied. Pains just being a pain, really. Over towards C. They get rid of him eventually. Is A. Which way is that one going? Looking like over towards Black Hawk down. But once again, they just about get in. But it's not going to be enough this time round. The domination comes through. Black Hawk down had to win quite a number of gunfights there towards the end to solidify it. But they get it done in the end.
It looked like Marsh was clapping Dragons there for his performance in that round. And I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. Dragons, that push on his own was brilliant, going wide, reaction shot around the corner, and then just getting the double kill on that last hill for the triple. Nicely done. I think honestly, if Dragons is playing in full form, then that is when PhD start to become that elite team, that untouchable team in this region. And now he's on 10 kills. Throw Marsh in there as well, going off, and you are pretty much sorted, in my opinion. Now, Pains has been really aggressive down the center, and Black Hawk down have really just allowed it to happen. At least get to that box is what I mean, but then they're able to take him down later on. I think Maradona just need to try and enable Pains to be this aggressive player that he can. Cancelling off the wall. No one's really there for him, though, unfortunately. Not close enough, or never mind a revive, but not even support fire. Bounces a little bit too late. Marsh is going to push up with help of his teammate down the center. Dragons again with a wraparound as they start to open up the map a little bit and create access for that triple. Marker's in a little bit of trouble now. He's going to get pinched from the home hill. Black Hawk down should be able to get this triple here. If Pains can fall. He gets one. And there it is.
Domination isn't
nowhere.
Yeah, I know. Just
Realist.
absolutely nowhere. Bounces coming through. Black Hawk down. Ticking in very, very quickly. 3-1 now. That's 3 rounds out of nothing. Maradona with a fantastic start and Black Hawk down. Bang, bang, bang. 3-1 now.
Yeah, I mean, the last 2 rounds were because of the initial. Pains tried to be aggressive in the center. Black Hawk down. Were able to capture B. And then it took too long for Maradona to rotate earlier on. And it left them with a huge score deficit. But that time round, it was the opener for the triple cap as Martian Dragons just pushed on through the center. And that's a lot more akin to what we saw last week, actually. Opening up the middle like that. So, with the second half upon us now, I'm curious if either team will play middle just a little bit differently. You know, usually they do. Especially if you're going towards the center help. Expect players to run on through towards the east side, as Dragon's looking to do now. Pains has actually changed his position, gone straight to statue. They'll have the angle, in fact, down to the staircase. Quickly giving it back up.
He's having to back up. He does have his teammates there to help. No, Dragons was waiting on bouncers in the middle and has found that kill as well. It's looking good for Black Hawk down this. As Dragons now pushing around the other side. The thing is, it's just such a well set up pinch from Black Hawk down. That's as simple as you could possibly want. And now it has to be a push over towards D, and it's just a tough one, isn't it?
Most certainly is.
Black Hawk's only got the setup, though.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Maradona are testing the water in Pistons to see if a classic double home hold He'll hold, I should say, on the second half. Can come on through, but I think Dragons just nipped that in the bud rapidly. Marsh is all the way back. There it is. The push that's coming through. Crisis on his own, though. Shock thrown out, but I'm not sure if this can come on through. Marsh keeping his distance. Great damage. Control holding his cover. His teammates are there now to help out. Triple cap potential. Dragons is working the other side. Great shotgunning from Marsh. He's getting the crucial shots in. He will follow up in the end. This man is a master of the fights on the home hill. And Payne somehow saves the day. Runs from nowhere into the middle, or from the middle. Good job from him. But as I was saying, Marsh is excellent on these home hill fights. He was crazy good in the last week. That hill he played amazingly well. Perfectly, in fact. Couldn't do it better.
Bounce is trying to make the push, and it's just been such a good player once again. Which way is this one going to turn out? Marco's the only one there left, and now Payne's is coming to join the fight, though, and they will just about get it done.
But the damage is done, honestly. That's the issue. Right now, they can't be timing anyone out. They need to get the caps. They need to start moving with 30 seconds to go. Everyone was up, and they need to take advantage of the players respawning. Payne's running in. I think that's two players right in front now. Shock has gone in. That's blocked off Payne's. That's blocked off reinforcements. Bar a miracle. There should be a Black Hawk down round.
Looking that way.
Yeah,
E is going in their favor as well. Yep, there's forward down. That's another round, and that's 1 round away from 2 weeks in a row for Black Hawk down now. 4-1. Foundation really is their playground at the moment.
Yeah. I think this is a much better map for Black Hawk Down than the former. It makes total sense. Honestly, that, like, on paper, it could be theory. This is a strong map for Black Hawk Down, maybe even their best. This is Maradona's weaker map, given they're a very new team in terms of the top echelon of Europe. This being a Gears 4 map, only just coming into the cycle last week.
That's a drop shot.
Classic drop shot in the center. But no, I wouldn't have been surprised if we saw it on E, actually. That's the typical placement, I should say. But let's see, in the middle. That's going to change things up. Paynes will have to go back down to the center if he wants to be at the front of the push. Smokes everywhere on Foundation.
Oh, God.
Down the center.
It's an absolute bloodbath.
Oh, my goodness. Chain revive galore.
I mean, they're just about surviving here. Maradona. Which way is the fight going to go? It's definitely going in their direction now, but look at the shots going to be coming in from the middle, and there, all of a sudden, is Strikers. Can he continue this on? Not quite. Paynes is there. He will get his teammate up, and will start getting aggressive on him now as well. As far as I'm aware, I don't think Drop went over towards anybody there. Didn't see it be picked up.
Yeah, there we go. There it's picked up. Strikers was looking for it. He had his Lancer out. Cougars just about getting down. The smoke wall cover them. Give them the escape route. Chain revive comes through.
Marco down, get out with it. Shots by Paynes. Up and out Marco. Trying to get back into this one now. Drop shot there for Cougars though. I mean, that's wayward. Paynes go here for the take, and surely that's a double. Yes, it is. They just walk right into the trap, albeit Cougars missing the first one. Makes the most of the second with 2 kills to his name now. Crisis. He slipped the net. Strikers not seeing him, getting maybe a little bit of bad timing. So overextension is going to result in very, very little. As Crisis goes down, they're going to cap this one up very, very quickly as well. D and E in their possession. F's in their sights as well. Dragons, Lancer fire down. Old teammate Paynes now making the push as well. How good were these two together? Payne's going to get the better of them this time around with help from Marco, though. Can they keep this going throughout the middle of the map? The last kill coming on through, though, is the crucial one. And that's Marsh, once again, cleaning up shop. Middle of the map belongs to Black Hawk Down. Bouncer's going to have to back on down, but look at the score difference. About 50 or so. Dragon's going to win this fight here. Toby, it's just looking so good for Black Hawk Down for 2 weeks in a row. My goodness me, Dragons.
It is. Simple stuff for Dragons there with help from his teammate Cougars using that retro to defend the E-hill. This is glorious from them. Paynes for red. He'll get cleaned up. Great help from his teammates. Black Hawk Down are firing on all cylinders. They're not letting anything get through their wall of fire here. Marsh will win his 1v. They'll take the home hill. Ladies and gentlemen, Black Hawk Down are still your champions. My goodness me. They have cemented themselves as the top team in Europe with a stunning 5 rounds in a row on Foundation.
Fantastic performance. Black Hawk Down get it done again. You got to wonder why Foundation made its way through after last week's performance on that one, but a very, very close map number 1 is the story of this grand final mostly, but Black Hawk Down dominant once again on Foundation, and they will be your champions of week number 3 of the second split of the EGL Open Series. And I mean, what a night it's been for one. Let's just start it off with the quarterfinals. I know I'm taking this back immediately, but we'll have a look at the bracket in a second as well. How, Toby, break it down for me, because I mean, we join at the quarterfinals every single week now, so you guys can have more best out of 3s, which is what we absolutely wanted. But my God, we've been treated to 4 fantastic games. First of all, we've seen Black Hawk Down taking on HPJC, which is basically the old Elevate roster, minus Crazed, obviously, as we move to 4v4. That's a battle we've seen so many times. It comes out for Black Hawk Down, former Rated R, on top this time around, but a very close game. HPJC are very much a team to look out for later down the line, Toby.
That they are. They are the team to look out for sure. I'm sure Black Hawk Down will continue to be a top 2 team no matter what happens in the coming weeks. They have really cemented themselves as a team to beat. But Elegance, likewise, they were able to take revenge against Chomp Chomp earlier on in the quarterfinal. 2-1, by the way. Of course, that was a close game as well, so shout out to Chomp Chomp for improving amazingly. A relatively new team as well, mind you. Precision joining that roster relatively recently. But then, of course, Maradona VYE, that semi-final happened again. It was the same last week. VYE are always aiming for that top 4 and usually getting it. Shout out to them. Very good team themselves. But Maradona, of course, proving themselves a formidable team each and every single week, getting to the grand final. But performing very well. Shout out to them on Asylum, but unfortunately, it just doesn't seem like Foundation is going to go their way. Black Hawk Down have that on lock.
Absolutely. A fantastic performance from Black Hawk Down. But it was nice to see, Maradona being there at least a bit more competitively this week as well. And it was nice to see, Black Hawk Down getting pushed by that former Elevate squad. And I think things are just shaping up very, very nicely, aren't they? It's getting to that point now where there is competition across the board. Yes, okay, we had the 2 same teams in the grand final, but that was a more competitive final. We had more competitive games all the way through. I just hope it just continues in this same vein of form. I think it will as well, Toby.
I think it will, honestly. Like the amount of competition in Europe now is insane. I've never conceived a Europe region that this could be what we'd return to, right? When we get back to team numbers that we now have. Of course, we had 30 plus teams today as well. Week in, week out, we're having that. But the quality is what is there as well. The competition is there. We've just had the classic boys, the Elevate champs, essentially return this week. I think they're here to stay. So that storyline is going to build back up that rivalry, I think, between the champions today and them. And I saw on Twitter earlier, actually, the old team of ODC champs, Incisive, Ash, J Rage, they're looking for one. They are still very much wanting to play. You still have the MX boys, you have Noto, you have Crimsons, Craze, and Ashens. They're all looking to play probably still to this day when they can clean up or get back to their former roster. The former roster of 4, of course, Crimsons, now with HPJC. I wonder who will come actually together of those 6 now that remain, because that'll be another team, dominant team looking for that top 4. That is insane. Like how competitive the region is now. There's way more teams than that as well to mention. VYE are still up there themselves. Elegance are still up there. We are in for incredible weeks to come.
Yeah, it seems as if Elegance, based on tweets, are maybe splitting, but then that, it maybe produces some other teams in there, because I know, as we said, there are teams looking for players as well. So if you are, get it on Twitter. I'm sure Rowdy will get yourself retweeted on Gears EU. I know that account has really been doing a lot for pushing out the tournament, so very much a thank you to Rowdy in that sense. But of course, I mean, again, a big thank you to all you lot. 33 teams this week. Only 2 less than what we had, of course, last week. And I know a lot of people are up late as well. So, maybe that's something to bear in mind also. But, it's nice to see the consistency continuing. Week number 4, hopefully we can keep it up. But that's 2 weeks in a row for Black Hawk Down now. They're the winners of week number 3. A fantastic performance by them. Can they do it 3 in a row? I'm sure the competition will be there to go up against them once again. We'll see you for week number 4 next Sunday. Same time, same place. See you there.